Thank you very much for waiting. I thank you very much for attending Ruby World Conference 2022 despite your tight schedule. This year marks the 14th conference, which is held for 2 days starting today here at International Conference Hall Kunibiki Messe, organized by Ruby World Conference Executive Committee and supported and sponsored by many other organizations. We also have the live transmission about this conference. Let me introduce myself. I am Miwa Ishihara, MC for today's function. Let us proceed to the opening ceremony. First of all, on behalf of the host, Chairman of Ruby World Conference Executive Committee, Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, will have opening remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your coming over all the way to Matsue. Because of the COVID-19, we have had online conference twice in the past. After 3 years of interval, we are finally having Ruby World Conference here on site. I appreciate this occasion. I think we learned a lot of things when we have online conference. But I felt that we really have to have face-to-face meeting. In Ruby community, we have Ruby meeting, Ruby conference in Tsu City in Mie Prefecture. That's another on-site meeting. And following that, we do have the on-site Ruby World Conference. I'm very happy about that. I think a face-to-face meeting and interaction, exchange of opinion and communication, through that experience, we can all get inspired. That's so valuable for us. You have all the way to this venue in Shimane Prefecture. I know some are local, like this. Of course, we still have to wear facial mask, but we can actually see the eyes of the people and talk a lot of things and exchange views and opinions and inspire each other and to contribute to the prosperity and development of Ruby and our business. If that is materialized, there's a real value of having this kind of conference. I hope for the coming 2 days, you will have a productive meeting in here at Matsue. Now, I would like to welcome you again. Thank you very much for your attention. That was Chairman of Executive Committee, Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto. Now, from the venue, Advisor of the Executive Committee, Governor of Shimane Prefecture, Tatsuya Maruyama, will greet to you. It is my great pleasure to host the Ruby World Conference 2022 on site. And I wholeheartedly welcome all of you coming from all over the country. The IT industry, whose market is expanding year by year, has become an attractive workplace for young people. Shimane Prefecture is striving to promote the IT industry by supporting efforts to develop IT human resources and technology through collaboration of industry, academia, government. Furthermore, Shimane Prefecture is home to Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, the developer of Ruby, a globally flourishing programming language, and a growing community of companies that utilize Ruby. We are working hard to expand businesses utilizing Ruby, leveraging these assets. not found in other prefectures. Yesterday, the Ruby Biz Grand Prix was held, and Shimane gathered companies that are taking on the challenge of creating new services based on Ruby's unique characteristics. This serves as an opportunity to see the further potential of the Ruby. So many Ruby engineers have participated in this year's RubyWorld conference, and I hope that businesses that create new value for the world will be born from here. For the 3 days until tomorrow, Shimane Prefecture will be buzzing with Ruby-related activities. I hope that those attending the conference will be able to feel that atmosphere. Now, I would like to conclude my words by wishing you a fruitful conference, the further development of Ruby, and the health and prosperity of all the participants. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attending the conference. This was Mr. Tatsuya Maruyama, Shimane Prefecture Governor.
Mr. Naomi Hiroaki, Mr. Naomi, the Vice Mayor of Matsue, is delivering a few words of greeting. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Naomi. I am a Deputy Mayor of Matsue. First of all, I would like to express my sincere congratulations for the convening of RubyWorld Conference 2022 and welcome to Matsue. I would like to express my sincere welcome to all of you. Mayor Uesada was planning to be here, but due to some other engagement, he could not make it. So I have been given his message. Mr. Uesada, the Mayor of Matsue's message is here. I would like to read. After 3 years, the Mecca of Ruby is a venue for the 15th Ruby World Conference, which is our great pleasure, and I feel very honored. So we are welcoming all of you who have come here from various parts of the world. 2006, Ruby City Matsue project was initiated. So this is the 16th year. During that time, we made a commitment and for all the invitation of companies and also human resource development, and we have been engaged in various initiatives for that particular goal. During the 16 years, more than 40 IT companies located their headquarters in here. Many engineers came over to Matsue, some of whom actually decided to live in here. So we would like to support also a commitment by the IT people, and this is a very trigger point of the revitalization of Matsue. As an IT city, it is widely recognized in the world, which is a great pleasure for the forthcoming project, and we are continuing our effort and commitment. Ruby is quite an enjoyable program, so that people can enjoy that for the programming of various initiatives by taking a lot of ideas and in the speedy manner it is delivered, and so high productivity is highly appreciated. Based on the Ruby, there are various development programs which are born one after another, and enjoying and the joy and the joyous atmosphere is actually developing and also enhancing such the communication among people. So internationally, domestically, there are many people who love Ruby. So this is a Mecca. Matsue is a Mecca of Ruby. So we are making commitment and effort for the advancement of Ruby and also the enlargement of Ruby community. With my sincere hope and for the successful convening of this conference, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the parties who have helped here. It is my hope that these 2 days will be a very constructive and also informative session for all of you. The 10th of November 2022. Thank you. Thank you very much, and Deputy Mayor Naomi. On behalf of the guest, we would like to invite the guest from the Ministry of Economy and Industry, Commercial Information Policy Bureau, Software and Information Service Strategy Office. Mr. Hirotaka Ogawa is delivering a few words of greeting here. Good morning, everybody. I am from Ministry of Economy and Industry. My name is Ogawa. So this is a quite magnificent conference, RubyWorld Conference 2022. So I am very, very happy to have this conference in this venue. My sincere congratulations are addressed to you. If I may talk about myself, this RubyWorld Conference was actually started around the time I was actually a researcher of programming language and research. Around that time, in the case of Rudy, Sasada-san, Mr. Sasada, was a bytecode interpreter developed, and Ruby on Rails were actually developed. So things were quite positively advancing. It was actually high prime time. Around that time, after that, I left the research work of programming languages, but of course, I was actually happily observing such the advancement in the Ruby world and community. I was deeply impressed. So YALF outcome is also included in the MRI. I'm sorry that I'm talking about something very engineering technology, but it was included, and the Ruby on Rails became the very basis. And it is actually the core and the key platform. The services have been provided across the world. It has been actually enhanced to this state. So I was not actually directly involved with Ruby, and I can stay here, but not so too many days. But I am very keen on absorbing as much as possible about Ruby and this program. So things are very made possible. So there is a large, huge Ruby community, which is actually the very supportive factor for the environment and the facility. And also in Shimane and so Matsue, they made a very strong commitment to enhance this program. That is a very, very important program initiative. Particularly, Shimane Soft Research and Development Center activities are very, very important in the local government and also in the areas in which are actually rather away from the Tokyo metropolitan area, actually committed to such an important initiative to actually develop this sort of programming language and also the IT world. And that is very impressive. If I may talk about my work, I belong to the Software Information Services Strategy Office. The main mission for us is actually the industrial platform and also base and should be enhanced based on the software and so information resources. In this framework, we actually collect various and important and critical information. So the autonomy, based on the cloud and industrial base needs to be further advanced. So that is a key goals, one of the key goals for us. I believe that the key Ruby community will be furthered into the future, which require more needs of the information processing. The next generation cloud-based information structure should be actually constructed. So this one is actually further future-looking, and the next generation and the supercomputer and also AI computers are very vital ones. And the quantum computers have been drawing a lot of attention, which is a very important and the very basic information. And we are making strong commitment to the development of these resources. While we are taking these undertakings, the social structure is very important. So in society and also Ruby community and those in the IT communities and also in local communities, ecosystem should be furthered and advanced. this undertaking of Ruby is therefore in this way very, very important, and we are paying a lot of attention to this one. This is a Ruby community, and the Ruby World Conference is now being convened. So it is my sincere hope that these communities and also the initiatives will be furthered for the well-being of all peoples in the world. Thank you. On behalf of the guest, Mr. Ogawa from METI has given us the remarks of the greeting. So I would like to invite the chairman of the working committee, organizing committee of this conference to give his keynote address. We are now preparing the stage setting. Please wait a little bit.
Thank you for waiting. We are a little bit earlier than the scheduled time, but we would like to start the keynote lecture because the speaker is ready. The speaker, Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, is the chairman of Ruby World Conference Executive Committee of the Ruby World Conference, and also the Director General of Ruby Association. And he is internationally recognized as the development engineer of Ruby. His title is Mythbuster. Could you please go ahead, Mr. Matsumoto? Good morning again. I appear on the stage so many occasions on Ruby World Conference, so I'm again on the stage. Today, I would like to speak with the title Mythbuster. Well, internet is a huge space, and there are a lot of kind and generous people. There are probably too many kind people in the space of internet, we can say. When I developed Ruby and released in the world in 1995, it's already 27 years or so since Ruby was released. And during that time period, 27 years, a lot of people have provided me advice and that. And Ruby was a scripting language at the very beginning. Then I got an email saying Ruby is too good to be a scripting language, according to a person who sent me an email. So I wonder what the meaning of too good. That person said that talking about scripting language exists for small program like 10 lines or 100 lines. Doesn't have to be a complex program. So it does not need a full-fledged function as a real scripting language. Therefore, Ruby has something excessive as a scripting language. That's the comment I received about Ruby. Then this is a comment given by another person. Ruby is a scripting language. Probably Ruby does not need OOP, object-oriented programming. Other people said when Ruby was not well known in the world, some people said that no one would use Ruby because they are already using Perl, PHP, and Python. These languages are available. No one would use Ruby. That was advice I was given in the past. Other people said that it was before Ruby on the Rails was launched. There's no killer application in Ruby. Therefore, Ruby is not attractive enough. That's another person. And this is actually devastating for me because some people said I shouldn't have created Ruby. People can use Perl. So the time and talent investment to be spent on the Ruby should be focused on Perl. Perl is an existing language. Then Perl will be improved and the whole world will be a much better place for us. It was devastating words for me, but it's none of their business. And some people said Ruby is slow. Thanks to Ruby on Rails, I have been working on web application, and Ruby is used for web application. Then other people started to say that web age is over. There was a artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Web3 will be active in the world. Probably Ruby will not be required. Other people started to say Ruby is dead or Ruby is dead every year. Well, Rust, Zig, Go, Python are the kind of the hot topics, and Ruby is not that type. So probably there's no future for Ruby. So these comments actually irritated me. So of course I was a little bit irritated because they insulted Ruby, but mainly because their opinions were not fair enough. For example, talking about Python or Rust, the developer of these language never compare their products with my Ruby. For example, talking about myself, the PHP developer, Perl developer, or Python developer, I have actually met them directly, face to face. And these developers never spoke ill of other languages. So we discussed a lot of things like community issues and others. Like some time ago, Unicode was actually used a lot. I was exchanging opinion about how to use Unicode. As I have already said, some people said Ruby is dead, and the criticism or some negative advice. Probably these are not actually engaged in the development of the language. They consider they actually belong to a majority community, so they want to feel a kind of the superiority. against Ruby or other languages. So probably they are the kind of the person like a fox that borrows authority of the tiger. So if you are a person belonging to majority, does not mean your language, your technology is superior. So I think you should face the reality. When you actually evaluate something, you should think what is real value in something, not popularity or whether majority or not. You should face the reality and you should take a look at the fact. Talking about Mythbusters, this is my title today. It came from the BBC program title, and that was a type kind of the program to verify so-called urban legends. So after that urban legend program, I want to verify a kind of the myth or legend related to Ruby. So let's verify myth number one. Myth number one is Ruby is dead. I have been talking about this. You may already be tired of this, but answer is no. Ruby is not dead. Once Ruby became the hot topic, fashionable topic in the world of internet. In 2008, when this conference was held for the first time, Ruby was so popular. Everyone was talking about Ruby. So number of the search, probably ranking of Ruby in terms of the frequency of searching was top 10 all the time, like number 8 or number 5 of all the programming languages. However, recently the Ruby's ranking is 16 or so. So the ranking of Ruby is now lower by 8 places or so. So the Ruby's ranking is a little bit lower in terms of popularity, but does that mean less people or no people are using Ruby? No. Still, many people are using Ruby and they feel Ruby is attractive. That's the reason why so many people decided to come to Shimane to attend this kind of conference. I'm not forcing you to say yes, but anyway, so many people are using Ruby because Ruby can offer higher productivity. That's one reason. Or Ruby has a great community. So that's the reason for some people to use Ruby. Other people consider it's enjoyable, it's fun to use Ruby. So this is my goal of developing Ruby. This is my real goal. And some people want to use Ruby for fun, for joy. Or Ruby is actually lucrative. They can make money. That's the reason why they use Ruby. This is so-called top Ruby companies, one of the websites my friends created. So there are a lot of companies who say they are using Ruby. So we actually had search and public companies which say they are using Ruby. And this is a site to show the total market value of the companies which use Ruby. Number one comes Airbnb. They are implementing service using Ruby. I actually visited Airbnb to have discussion over there, and 1/3 of them using Java. And front is JavaScript, and back end is made of JRuby. That means they use Ruby a lot. We are very thankful. Followed by Shopify, number 2. Tomorrow's keynote speaker, Mr. Alan Patterson, is working for Shopify. Shopify is number one company, one of the major companies in Canada, which contributes a lot to Ruby. Well, talking about market capitalization, Airbnb is 16.2 billion, and Shopify, second, 39.4 billion, almost $40 billion. So it's a huge amount of market capitalization by these top 2 companies followed by other companies. Let's take a look at GitLab, number 7, or Carpat and Monday. I have been a user of these products, including these companies. So many companies are using Ruby. So these are public companies only. So if we include private companies, we can say more companies are using Ruby. Let's take a look at another data. This is Y Combinator. This is the venture capital graduates came up with top 50 software startups. So I just have the excerpt from their blog. And very sorry, it's not visible enough. Ranking number one is a Stripe. Company's name is Stripe, followed by Cruise, Airbnb, and DoorDash, Twitch, and Instacart. Among them, you can say third one is technology stack. Stripe is using Ruby. And number 2, Cruise using C++, Python. And number 3, Airbnb using Ruby. And DoorDash, Python. And Twitch, C++, Ruby. And Instacart using Ruby. So I think a lot of companies are actually using Ruby. So this is aggregated statistics. So out of top 50, 13 companies are using, that is 26%. In terms of total valuation, 52% of them so using Rubies. So the total valuation of the top 50 companies, 52% of this total valuation was generated by Ruby. I'm not sure whether or not total valuation is the most appropriate indicator, but anyway, like $60 billion or tens of billion dollars have been created with support of Ruby. Of course, this is not contributed only by Ruby. Of course, it's because of the contribution by great efforts and hard-working employees. But anyway, Ruby is contributing to these companies. Then probably we can ignore noises or negative criticism or negative opinions. So if I listen to the advice related to the internet, and if I start to think that maybe I should start working on Ruby and concentrate on Perl, or Ruby should not be too much complicated. And but if I have done that, probably today's Ruby wouldn't have existed. Then, as long as we can create value, probably we do not have to listen to the noise or the negative opinion of other people, and it is important to keep moving forward. Of course, Ruby is not a perfect language, so we have to keep moving toward the future in order to improve Ruby. Now, what is the best feature of Ruby? Of course, it's a fun language. That's one thing. However, I think the best thing about user is the velocity, speed of the Ruby. How speedily provide service to the users. In terms of velocity, Ruby is really excellent. Ruby is so fast and quick. So not only high productivity, but deployment speed of the service is short. That is very important point.
So the first myth, that Ruby is dead, that is wrong. And the myth 2, that is static typing. Static typing is becoming popular, and then the most famous one is Rust, and oftentimes you may have seen an article of Rust is just added or incorporated into the system. And static typing is newer, but as a matter of fact, static typing is not new, because when it comes to the first programming language, that is a Fortran, that was created in 1954, and Fortran is a statically typed program. And then, so when you think about this one, yes, the static typing is rather old. And that is related to myth 3. The static typing is better, some people say this way. Particularly from 2010s and others, there are many new programming languages, and that is many of them of static typing, Kotlin and Swan, and Rust, and others. So, and so static typing is better, and that's why many these newer programming languages just have this kind of feature. But there are many pros and cons. Static typing has many pros and cons. That's why there is some declaration of type, and PHP it has a type declaration, and that is also true for Python. And the JavaScript that is turned to TypeScript with a type declaration. Then why we have to do with Ruby? That is not a clear question. Going back to the type declaration, what is the pros? For example, if you have type information, then you can just do the comprehensive checks without actually running a program. And then type information, actually that works as a documentation. And with type information, you can have a lot of more information, and then that can have a better IDE support. And then just by writing the program, you may be able to find errors with type checking and variables and functions. Perhaps you may have some additional function or feature to make up for that kind of functions. And with the type of declaration, many people say that performance is better. But when it comes to cons of static typing, there are some actually. The one is well, this is just my personal impression, but that is verbose. And then, yes, like Ruby, program can work without any type of declaration. And then if you have to write a type declaration that is redundant or verbose, so that is not concise, and don't repeat yourself. You are just breaking that kind of a basic rule, biggest rule of language programming. And then when I read some article just recently published, and type declaration that is that can be tuned as a type declaration. So a type declaration to write algorithm itself. So that is a quite complex and complexity, and is it true that you want to just get that kind of a complexity into your program? And then also within the community with the type declaration, some people say that or just a point that your program do not have any type declaration. Sometimes people will just criticize each other depending on if there is a type of declaration or not. And actually that kind of things happen in the other programming language community. So this may be a kind of a destroying factor for Ruby community, I think. And the 2010s and the 2020s, yes, the static typing is just cool, and many people just believe that the static typing is cool. But when it go back to 1990s and 2000, the Ruby and Python and the JavaScript, yes, in those days, dynamic typed languages were cool. And Ruby, PHP, Python, JavaScript, all these languages were dynamic typed languages. So, again, the Fortran, and that is rather statically typed, and the next one, dynamic, and the C, that is static, and object score language, that is more dynamic. So that means popularity comes and goes. That is not a fixed one. So you don't need to just move on the, kind of a bandwagon in that particular area. You should not just move or go this and way and that in the wind, because Ruby has a very long life, and then we are going to have a 30-year anniversary next year about the birth of Ruby, and even just farther into the future, there is no day that we are going to see the extinction of Ruby. So that means, do we really need to just incorporate a type decoration in Ruby as well? And that is a very critical, important point. There are many pros and cons with type decoration. In spite of that kind of cons, is it truly necessary to just add a type decoration to the Ruby programming? I just make this question to myself, and my answer is no. But static type checking, that is good, I admit. And then that is rather easier and quicker to find errors, and that is related to the high productivity of programming. But the type decoration is truly necessary for that checking function, but that is also no. And Ruby 3 static typing, a kind of a static typing that is added into Ruby 3. Because type information that is in signature files, that is RBS, Ruby signature. RBS, actually information is not so big, and then the decoration is not complete. And then now Ruby Gem RBS collection, just a type of decoration is just being added later after one, and then also RBS Rails. That kind of a gem has appeared as well, and also type prof. That is quite a simple signature generator that is offered as well, and the Steep, that is a signature-based type analyzer to check the type rather comprehensively. We have just prepared this kind of things. And the type of prof that works as a LSP server, so that means using the type information you can just work. And then, so I don't want to say that these tools are complete, but these tools and then forthcoming tools, perhaps you can have comprehensive checks, and then also the type information can work as documentation, and LSP, using LSP, you can have a better IDE support. So without the type declaration, yes, officially, static typing, you can enjoy using static typing. So we are now at the stage. So now we can get the benefit of static typing in Ruby. But in the case of Ruby, there is no need to put declaration, type declaration. And I'm saying this kind of thing again and again. Perhaps you know this one already, but from a far longer-term point of view, as I said before, the tech trend comes and go. So when you just think about the future, 10 years, 15 or 20 years from now, then what is going to happen to the static typing? Will it be still popular as it is now? But personally, just thinking, I think languages without a type declaration might become much more popular in 10 years or 20 years or just 25 years from now, I believe. Because the type of complexity, I think people don't like to think about the complexity of the kind of a type. And then as the program just evolves, it should just eliminate that kind of complexity. And then still, do you want to add some complexity with some type declaration? That is not a good idea. Then, yes, without a type declaration, but still you can have some type information. I think that kind of a program should be much more popular. And then I want Ruby to be one of such languages. such popular languages. I think it depends whether we need to decide whether we need to just add a type declaration or not. So I don't think that is a good idea to just casually or easily decide to put a type declaration to Ruby. So type check, yes, that is in Ruby, but no need of the type declaration. That is my thought. And of course, nobody knows about the future. And then I may be wrong, but I would like to say to the Rubyist of the members of Ruby community, I would like to say, trust me. And then this is my future forecast. And then just trust me with perhaps the programming language without a type declaration. That should be much more popular in the future. And myth 3. That is about dynamic typing. Some people say that dynamic typing is slower. Static typing, the Rust and Go, and compared to these languages, when you write a same thing with Ruby, and then that may be a little bit slower than others. But actually, when it comes to program performance of programming languages, the compilers or the virtual machines, actually, perhaps a direct or indirect processing system or not, that matters more. And Chrome browser, that is a Mac browser, the V8 JavaScript virtual machine that is included there, and that is a JavaScript, not native JavaScript that is used. So there is no type declaration. And with or without a type declaration, almost a virtual machine can run very quickly, high speed. Because if there is a good technological investment, actually whether there is a type declaration in the programming or not, that doesn't matter. And that is approved with this case. So type declaration or type information for better performance, that is not an absolute requirement. And also V8 is a JIT compiler included, and then it uses a runtime, sorry, JIT compiler, and a JIT compiler just can use a runtime type information. So that means compared to the ordinary compilers, it can have more pieces of type information. So that means runtime type information sometimes may be quicker. So that is necessary. That is required as a technical investment. So not existence or no existence of a type declaration, but still, a V community that is not well just reach, and then it is difficult for them to beat other programs. But Shopify and others, they employ full-time committees, and then they set up new teams to try to do something, and as a result of that, performance is much better than before. And next is myth 4. Well, actually, oftentimes I heard this kind of just a suggestion or ideas. If Ruby is faster, we would like to use a Ruby. Many people said this way. And then this is actually a myth. And when they look at the fact, they are liars. And when somebody said that if a Ruby is like this and like that, then I would like to just use a Ruby, then you may just believe that kind of a comment. And then the Ruby is slower, then we want to try to make Ruby fast, and there is no over framework application. Then we would like to just add some more, and JSON support. Yeah, we try to just add JSON support as well.
But we learn something. We should not believe them. So when they said that since Ruby is slow, so we cannot use, then we make Ruby faster, then they said there's another reason of not using Ruby. So we already invest money something, and we do not want to spend any more cost to transfer to Ruby. Then when people do not want to use it, whatever might happen, they will never use Ruby. So that's something we learned through these experiences. So I think oddly enough, at the earlier timing, there are some people who encounter Ruby and they are impressed and they wanted to use Ruby. There are such people already existing. And when we talk about the Ruby's benefits and how fascinating it is, some people do not feel it at all. When I was young, I tried to speak to such people. I will probably eliminate excuses why you do not use Ruby. However, when people do not want to perceive the benefits or merits of Ruby, it's also impossible to persuade such persons in using Ruby. They may have another reason, like since their friends are using, so they actually tried using it, then they found out Ruby is good enough. But some people just say they do not want to use Ruby, they do not consider Ruby is good. If they have such a kind of fixed way of thinking, it's very difficult, almost impossible to change such people's mind. However, still, performance is very important. We have to improve the performance of Ruby all the time. In the past, we have so-called Ruby 3x3, and we wanted to triple the performance of Ruby. That's what we done before. And thanks to Shopify, so-called YJIT, that is the JIT compiler we introduced to improve performance of Ruby. And Ruby 3.2 is released this year, and YJIT implementation was done using Rust. And this is another case. ARM64, that is CPU, we execute YJIT, and as a preparation, we actually use Rust. So ARM is a CPU manufacturer, actually, and they are more important recently. In recent smartphone, all use CPU made by ARM and so-called M1 Mac or Apple Silicon. And these PC all use ARM products. They use ARM CPU. When we think about these devices, YJIT supported only Intel CPU and other manufacturers' CPU. However, ARM's importance is increased, and more people wanted to use CPU on ARM, and they wanted to use YJIT for ARM. And so far, YJIT was implemented on C, but Rust implementation was to be introduced. MJIT is the old JIT of Ruby. This is not the new one, but YJIT is very excellent. MJIT can be used as a kind of the test bed for experiments. So we tried implementation of Ruby using MJIT. That's something we have done. And running Ruby on Wasm or memory allocation to be improved to make performance better, or many thread implementation is to be modified. That project is going on. So thread performance will be improved because of that. So that's what we have been doing to improve performance of Ruby. So I don't think Ruby will be used by more people when Ruby's speed is improved. I don't think so. Though the current user will be happy to have the Ruby performance improved. So rather than invite a new user, we would like to make current user happy. That's the reason why I try to improve Ruby more and more. Ruby 3.2 version will be commercially available next next month. Now, every year in Christmas season, I release new version 3.2. That's a new version to be released during the Christmas time. Besides, data object will be introduced. Syntax suggest it's also something we would like to, and if there's a syntax error, then error message will be given by the program, and error message will be more clean, and also we are making efforts in the areas of tools. Tools are improved. The third party is often making the tools to make improvement of Ruby rather than core team. The third parties are working hard, like a RubyMine, the Solargraph, and others. Robocop. Oh, the screen is gone. Sorry. I just can't believe this. Well, I think I forgot to charge my PC, so the battery, no battery. Very sorry about that. Yeah, I think I just turned off yesterday and I didn't charge my PC. Okay, I just would like to have a verbal presentation. I was talking about Ruby improvement, and Ruby improvement is going on, and development Ruby is going on with Ruby. It is not to invite new user, but in order to have your value will be improved, and we would like to make current user happy. That's the reason why we are trying to improve the whole Ruby program. I think the most crucial thing I would like to share with you that we just cannot do everything by myself. In 1993, I developed Ruby alone by myself. And up until now, so many people kindly supported that, and so many people supported and collaborated. And over a long time, I myself didn't have to write program, and the member in the community actually did a lot of programming. And also, there are increasing number of people who can work full-time for Ruby, like Ruby programming. I think this is something great. And there are so many people to support the Ruby programming engineers. And thanks to these people, I'm now standing here on this stage. So many people attending the Ruby World Conference like this. It is because Ruby can create values for all of you. And as a developer of Ruby, we would like to maximize the value of the Ruby. For that purpose, I would do my best. And without your working on the Ruby to create value, there's nothing we can do. So in order to improve Ruby as a better language, we should keep going forward. That's something I'm talking every year. And I hope you'll be involved more actively, and I appreciate your further participation, like making software using Ruby, or having this conference and attending this kind of conference. And also, some people can be involved in the development of Ruby itself. To the Ruby development, sponsorship will be appreciated. Some people already doing that. I appreciate. I'm so thankful to so many people who actually worked to have Ruby as a successful language, and I hope to have opportunity to work together with you. So that's all for my lecture today. I'm very sorry about the trouble of my PC. So I just had the keynote lecture, and I have been supported by so many companies, including Salesforce.com, and Network Application Research Institute actually employs me. I'm so thankful. And BitHub Sponsors is one program, and I got a lot of financial support from that organization and also Ruby community, and all the members of the Ruby community. Since when you are here, you are already involved in the Ruby community somehow, and you are involved in the Ruby, and you have the positive feeling to the Ruby, and that's so encouraging. And thanks to the support and sponsorship, I could finally create this keynote lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto. Now, we would like to entertain questions from the audience. So, Mr. Matsumoto, could you please stay on the stage? I thought I can go. Yeah, let's have a question and answer session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yes, please go ahead. Please use the microphone. Please wait for the microphone. Yes, because this conference is transmitted live. So please use the microphone. Thank you. Thank you very much for interesting meeting. And I am Abe. I'm a Matsue technical secretary. And Miss number 2 or 3, you said that 10 years and 20 years from now, that a dynamic type declaration should be more popular. That kind of language will be used more, and probably that kind of thing already incorporated in Ruby 3.2 or so. So if your projection is true, how the Ruby will be in future, and do you have any ambition what to do with the Ruby if that becomes reality? Could you please comment on that point? Yes. When we had a static program, static timings, and it can be very complicated. So type information to the programming increases, then the situation becomes more complicated. So human beings don't have to deal with that. That's my impression. For example, and like an integer can be given. However, integer in that program, 1 to 255 integers only will be accepted. In majority of the cases, integer, we just write integers, and with combination, there are a lot of complicated types. We can create whatever we want, and that can be judged automatically by the computer. Then the human people don't have to deal with that. That is the future I want to project. When that becomes reality, probably the Ruby program will be working as it is. However, subset for type may be added, then better performance can be done, and also the type check will be done by the computer and the compiler. And in such a case, language by compiler and the performance of the Ruby programs language. There's no difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Is there any other question from the floor? Yes, please wait at the microphone. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. My name is Yasukawa. Well, Ruby, that is a focus on value it can offer, and that is a very important thing, and I want to talk about that tomorrow. But top Ruby companies, you just show that one, the market capitalization actually is web-based listed or public companies are many of them, but mRuby and mRubyC conference, and then perhaps there are some businesses which are quite successful in assembling these kind of programs or software. Is there any such kind of companies? Do you know? Yes, we have a lot of expectation with Ruby, And then, but there are many excuses here, perhaps more than just Ruby programmers. And then they try to do a lot of the things. And then there is a very high promising project, actually, 2 or 3 projects. And one of them is that is by Kyushu University, spin out QC, just a research institute, and they just try to launch a micro satellite, and just within 10 minutes, it can take images from anywhere of the Earth, on the surface of the Earth, and they use Ruby, and that is just a top runner. And the second one is, as we discussed yesterday, that Matsuya Juki's machine, sewing machine, custom-made sewing machine, that is also just contain a program written in Ruby. Actually, that is a practical product that is quite promising as well. And the last one is Fuji Electric, that is vending machines manufacturer. So they try to develop to just manage the vendor machines, and they use the Ruby. And yes, you can find a lot of vending machines anywhere in the world, so that means a Ruby program may be working on these machines. And then, yes, a Ruby program itself is not yet installed or implemented in the vending machine actually existing on the street. However, as far as I know, they try to develop a program in Ruby and try to just turn them into C languages with some pattern tools. And then eventually they are going to just use directly Ruby programs in vending machine. That is what they said. Actually, that is only just an example of a few. That is not yet before actual popular practices, but oftentimes perhaps that may be used for many hobby-like programs. Yes, mRuby, when I just heard that, yes, I'm involved in businesses which offer a lot of content created in Ruby, so perhaps I would like to talk with you later after this conference in detail. Thank you very much. Is there any other question?
Please go ahead. Thank you very much. I am Weir. Recently, Ruby is less popular, and I was very much concerned about whether Ruby is going to dead. But after listening to your lecture, I'm now relieved Ruby will be alive. And a lot of events held in Japan. I hope a lot of events and conferences should be deployed. And do you have any plan to do, like in Vietnam? Well, the biggest Ruby conference in the world is held in the United States every year. And the second largest Ruby conference is a Ruby conference, which is held in Japan. And the third largest one is held in Europe. And this year we had one in Finland. So already in so many countries, Ruby communities already exist and prospering. Therefore, I think you don't have to think each country, which country Ruby conference is held or not. But the country where Ruby conference is held regularly is probably just 3 places, like Japan, United States, and Europe, and other places like Vietnam and Thailand. By the way, we are going to have a Ruby conference in Thailand for the first time, so like that. Still, Ruby conference had not penetrated to so many countries. So maybe we want to cooperate with the local communities and would like to make an effort to have the Ruby community. So when we deploy Ruby program in Vietnam, we would like to come up with some plan and organizing of the conference. I have never been to Vietnam, and I'm very much interested in visiting Vietnam to have Ruby conference after Corona pandemic is well controlled. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Well, if there is no more question, then I would like to close this session. If there is something you would like to just talk directly with Mr. Matsumoto, please just reach him later. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Majority or high popularity, that doesn't mean a necessity. So you need to just respect your own feeling or sense to just discover or find out the true value. I find many students are sitting in this room, and I think that is a very important message for you as well. And one more thing I need to emphasize, please remember to recharge your device. And then, anyway, with this comment, we would like to just close this morning session. The afternoon session, Mr. Hazmi, Monster Lab, that is going to start at 1:30 p.m. And then, if you have a place for lunch boxes, please just visit the exhibition hall of the first floor with a ticket. And you are not allowed to eat or drink here in this room. So why don't you please just go down to the first floor. And then the garbages, actually there is a garbage bin there on the first floor, and we would appreciate your cooperation about the garbage separation. And also the sponsors exhibition information, sponsors information is available on the first floor as well. And please just we expect your cooperation about mask wearing and then the hand disinfection. And from 12:30, we are going to have the presentation on the first floor by the sponsor companies. From 2030, the network, application communication, and then Relic from 2040, and the GMO Paperball from 2050, and Alva Tot and Bat from 1 o'clock. The short presentations are going to be given. And then also Ruby Platina sponsor companies are going to just have an exhibition and booth on the first floor, and we are going to have some short introduction during the coffee break later in this afternoon. And if you need to use a translation receiver, please just contact somebody of the staff. And then if you cannot tell how to use the translation receiver, please just contact some of the staff. And then when you leave this place, please remember to return the translation receiver to the reception desk as well. And then if you need a parking ticket, why don't you please come to the first floor reception desk as well. And there is a charging point as well for your devices. Thank you very much, and then let's have a lunch break here.
も後ろも前よね。そうですね。はい。はい。一列目だけ。
the Secretariat of Ruby Association. And I am working for the organizing committee of this conference as well. NACL is as an acronym of our company organization, and Matsue has got an headquarters, while Tokyo, we have got a branch in Tokyo. So Ruby is often used as a programming language, but C, C++, and other languages are used as well. Yukihiro-san, Mr. Matsumoto is a fellow in our organization. He has gotten many titles. So when we say that Matsumoto-san, Mr. Matsumoto is in NACL, maybe it's not so clear, but actually he has been working for many years. And right after his joining this, and I joined this company. So how am I related to Ruby? Matsumoto-san and I are actually front runners, and so we are committers, but several times in a week and a month, a year, we make a particular commitment to Ruby. We are actually the members of alumni. Goto-san is actually in Tokyo, but his commitment has become lessened recently. So his qualification as committer has expired. Mr. Takao is one of them. Of that nature too. Hara-san, Mr. Hara is there. So he's often taken as a committer, but the truth is that he is not a committer. With regard to the association, Ruby Association and the RubyWorld Conference, Ruby Kaigi, can be identified. And in Mitaka, we have got secondary school student international Ruby programming competition. So we support that program too. So specification drafting has been done by me. So it is actually the Ruby implementation specification. So we draft that, and sometimes we are commissioned to prepare the draft and specification and the convention. So in today's presentation, I was wondering how to prepare. Mr. Shibata said that text editor, why not? And so I will talk about text editor. Shibata-san, and he is not here. I'm sure that he is enjoying his beautiful lunch somewhere outside. So NACL is used by the members of NACL, and what sort of language? So VI type 25% and Emacs 17.9%, and voice code 25%. So VI is more prominent than Emacs and also IV. So they are actually accounting for similar proportions in the total. But Hidemaru is used by some of the members too. So text editors and multiple text editors are used. When we talk about Emacs, and GNU Emacs is one of them, there are various editors in the Emacs type and category. What is Emacs? Originally, the name of Emacs was editor macros. So editor as a single entity, but macro is considered. It is actually the editor extension purpose. More recently, plug-in has been made available. So sometimes we call it a plug-in, but an editor itself can be extended, which is the largest feature of this resource. And actually, GNU Emacs is wonderful one. There's one issue. So actually, Emacs Lisp is another extension language. So in the case of Ruby, we cannot extend it. That is one shortcoming and also problem. TextWinger is actually the one I created. I created on my own, and perhaps I am the only user. But Ruby written Emacs type. So with Ruby, we can extend it. I was listening to the keynote address by Matsumoto-san, and he was talking about the static. So, but Ruby is actually dynamic. Now, actually, web application development might not be actually the area where we need it. But live object and behaviors can be changed. That is a very important feature of dynamic type. So I would like to show you through my demonstration. Why did I come to this idea? TextWinger's bug was found just recently. So the function was not the one I was using. Therefore, I thought it was too cumbersome to try to correct it. But then this time, I was invited to this stage, so I tried to. So I thought it was a good opportunity for me to try to correct it and modify and change. So I might talk about the C language. Digraph is one of the functions accommodated depending on the environment. Non-existing characters could be used as the alternatives. So this is actually a percent sign is used. In that case, in the C language grammatical analysis, so you can see these parentheses, it would be used as bracket. In the case of TextWing, C's source code indent function is accommodated and made available. This is what you can see. So file editing is now in progress, and the indent can be activated and also managed properly. If you use a brackets, you can have the proper running just as normal one. But the digraph can be used. If you do so, so indent will be deeper than the bracket. So it is very subtle bug. Therefore, I would like to correct it and change it. Let me fix it. So I want to find out, discover the source codes first. So it might be so easy to see, but you can see the bottom line, which is called the mini buffer. The name of the region is mini buffer, in which a command is written, and also so buffer current is actually the one in progress, and so we are editing that at the moment. Mode is another method, and so the current buffer mode can be extracted. So we need to find out that source code. So in the case of implementation of digraph, and I thought that I did it before, therefore I trusted that it was going to be okay. Somewhere around here, so tables are provided. It is actually prepared. It is for normalization purpose of various signs. In the hash table, you can find various signs, and then they are actually placed as tokens. And in the hash block, the default is actually specified, indicated. If it is not actually the proper one relevant, you can change the characters one by one. Where is it used? This particular method is almost like the corresponding to the bracket. So here we use it. So the approach to the brackets actually accommodatable. So digraph is used instead of breath. But you can see that those regions where there is any signs, therefore E-net becomes deeper. So inside the C mode, the C languages and the source code is actually analyzed in terms of access. Tokens.push is in here. The name of tokens identified, and also value can be identified. So please look at this text. This is actually corresponding to a token. It is not my ordinary normal keyboard, so I'm struggling about how to handle it. But is it okay? I still miss one bracket, and so E buffer. So when the token system is actually manifested, it is replaced with digraph, which I have just mentioned. Therefore, this is what you are going to see. Edit is now ready. So it shows that now it is ready to start editing. It's not so easy to understand, but in this particular example, things are not so too flamboyant. But in the case of actually the static typing, the compiling should be done unless the typing is actually relevant, and you cannot run any program. But in this case, so on the memory, the object behaviors can be changed right away. So as just right away you can actually reach that which can be actually run. Therefore, you can have a lot of joy in the programming. So that is all from me as a presentation for this and a short presentation session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maeda from NACL. Thank you very much for waiting. Next presentation is going to be by Mr. Oba Relic. Yes, thank you very much. So I would like to just spend a few minutes about our company, business co-creation company Relic, expanding our business into local cities. And then I'm a representative of the city of Relic. My name is Oba. It is very nice to see you. First of all, I would like to give you some overview of the company. Perhaps you haven't heard of this company before. Actually, 2015, we just started the business, and that is a headquarters in Shibuya, Tokyo. And what we do as a business here, this is our vision. The first one, we would like to just run together with challenges, with a high ambition to do business in Japan and outside of Japan. And in a nutshell, we would like to just help them to create businesses. So that is our business. And more specifically, what we do here, this is explanation. We help them to create businesses. In order to do that, we have these three pillars of our businesses. First one is the incubation tech, and the second one is business produce or production, and the third one is open innovation. And about incubation tech, well, that is about kind of a framework or technologies to create new businesses, and we would like to offer that kind of initiatives or technologies to them so that they can just start their own businesses more easily and simply. And the second pillar, that is production of a business, that is something like a consultation or product development and others. That is a rather comprehensive support to new startup companies. A third one is open innovation. Relic is maybe an investor or a partner of the company in concern, and then we would like to work together with them to co-create new businesses. That is open innovation. And first, I would like to just explain a little bit more about incubation tech. And here, this is the overall picture of incubation tech. 1, 2, 3. Actually, there are 3 steps we can consider, and for each and all of these steps, we would like to just offer the SaaS product and the services. And the leftist one is a throttle. That is a product name. and idea conceptualization or brushing up and creation of new ideas. I think that is what's happening at the very early stage of a business creation, and then this is the third product to just help them to do that. And of course, not just creating or co-creating ideas. Sometimes we want to just work together with other just parties or ask for some comment from outside people as well. And the second one is engine. We offer this product named engine. Okay, there is some new business, but is that truly feasible and then of any value? So this is a kind of a platform to make that kind of evaluation. Crowdfunding and e-commerce, that kind of functions or tools are in here. And third one is just a settlement of initial customers. So you may have some initial business, and then of course that need to be just grown, and a battery and a booster. We offer this kind of a product to support them. So through this kind of a group of products of Relic 0 to 1 and 1 to 10. So on this kind of SaaS product, we would like to just support different businesses. Throttle, engine, and battery and booster. Actually, the Ruby or Ruby on Rails are used. And the second one is business production. As I said before, consultation or marketing and others, we do that kind of support, but we support product development as well. And more specifically, the product specific to new business that is developed. And specificity, and what does it mean? That product is there, that is just built, but we would like to just do some follow-up work, working together with engineers and the designer to see the actual successful commercialization of the new business or new business product. And then from design to implementation, we offer different services over this continuum. And then oftentimes you need to be just agile and flexible, and sometimes you would like to just talk with designers or developers. And if you required to just work together different business entities, that is a little bit complicated, and then labor working. So Relic, yes, we would like to just offer everything just over the entire continuum of the business development. So we have about 50 engineers working under Relic, and there are a lot of designers working together with us at Relic as well. So we have a very variety of teams available. And then, as you see here, yes, 1 to 5. If there is a business fit from 1 to 5, Scrum development, the product development, yes, that is a part of our activities. But the prototyping and then the persona designing, actually engineers, our companies, designers, engineers can work together with our customers. Particularly prototyping is one of the foresight we have. Why? Because in the later stage of business development, the customers have to develop and complete development products. And then whether this particular product is truly a solution to our end customers, I think we need to be clear what is going to happen in the future. So in order to avoid the kind of risk, engineers may be able to invert from the very early stage of the development, and then just brush up the product depending on the true needs and demands of end customers. So that is a process. So more specifically here, we built up a hypothesis, and then verification, prototyping, and then user test. So that is a kind of assessment, evaluation, and then coming back to the revision of hypothesis, and then just revise the prototyping. So this is a kind of a cycle we would like to go through again and again to just increase the success probability of the business. Here, this is an example of a prototyping menu, hypothesis, and then the optimal prototyping that is done for existing hypothesis. But prototyping and product development and the designing, and we do a lot of things, and we are all the time in shortage of resources. And in addition to that, as you see on the slide, actually the engineers or designers that work tend to be just concentrating only on metropolitan cities. But at the same time, we can find quite excellent engineers and designers and a new graduate from IT universities and others, but looking for good jobs. That is a reality we see in Japan. So our company, Relic, we would like to just expand our business to local cities and towns as well. At the present moment, there are 7 sites, including Fukuoka, Matsue, Shirahama, and Osaka, and Toyama, and head office of Tokyo. And so each site, they are working on product development and then just working on creation of new businesses together with the customers. And then this September, we decided to just start and open the Matsue Innovation Square here in Matsue City. Why we decided to do something here in Matsue? Because there is a quite a large scale of tech community, or Ruby community specifically in Matsue City. And the second reason we decided to come here is that they started the Ruby education from junior high school, and then there is quite a positive aggressive investment into the IT personnel development education as well. And also we can expect quite close collaboration among industry, academia, and the government. And actually there are a lot of just projects which are going on at the present moment in Matsue City. Yeah, this is how we are at the Matsue office. Top one, that is appearance of a building, and then the entrance. Of course, we have some conference room, and then that is quite spacey. Actually, yes, it looks like a kind of a gym space, but we are now only 4 or 5 people working in this kind of a room, so this is quite spacey. So we are now quite active in recruiting new resources, new engineers and designers. And if you're interested in working together with us, why don't you please just make a note of this URL, and why don't you just come and visit our booth later. And then there is no time to get into details, but here we have a booth there, and then actually the books are available, and that is written by our founder of the company, and that is free. So why don't you please just come and take that book and read when you have the time. Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Oba, thank you very much. He is from Relic. Thank you. Thank you. Now we are starting the next presentation from GMO Pepperbo. The speaker is Ms. Chie Kobayashi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chie Kobayashi from GMO Pepperbo. So Suzuri is the service we provide, and I am an engineer working here. Usually, the Kaigi on Rails and also Ruby Kaigi and Rails Girls Japan are the organizations or the initiatives in which I work. So let me introduce to you GMP Pepperbo. We can have more fun, and also the internet will actually be used for enlarging the potential. So based on that mission and vision, we are working. Since 2003, when it was founded, hosting AC support handmade are all covered in our individual-oriented internet services. Lollipop, Moom Domain, EC support Kalami, and Suzuri and Minne are well known, and we provide those services. If you are aware of that, then I would be very happy about that. Let me talk about an organization in Tokyo, Fukuoka, and so Kagoshima. There are 3 offices, so we are based in those 3 locations. More recently, in Kagoshima, we have been very active. Kagoshima Prefecture and Kagoshima City and Amami City in Kagoshima have been working together. We have got an agreement of coordination so that then we can make some contribution to the revitalization of the local community. In Kagoshima office, and we are actually in reinforcing the activities for the adoption. And also, we are recruiting people. If you are thinking about coming to Kagoshima, or if you are a resident of Kagoshima, we would be more than happy to welcome you. And there is a booth in this conference, and could you please speak to our members when you find them in the booth? Let me discuss and explain about the engineering organization. We have got a division organization. Security Countermeasure Office is one of them. So CTO, Anchipo-san, is actually the head. So you can see his picture. And just the other day, Ken-chan is actually the vice president of engineering at the moment. Last month, so the organization was renewed. So in the new organization, we are working. So Pepperbo is our name. Could you please continue your support? Now let me talk about the Suzuri API. So I am an engineer of Suzuri API. So I would like to introduce to you the service called Suzuri. So you take a picture, don't you? And so sometimes you draw illustration. You can upload them. So you can actually create an original item from one piece. There are more than 50 items which are available. Suzuri has got an API actually. Not so many people know that, but the API is there. So when you plan to create something new product and also read the product and the data, you can do that. So very basic functions are accommodated. By using this API, Uchinoko Omeka is actually now provided. So you can see the various illustrations of cats. You can draw them. So you use your own drawn cat and a picture. Then you can actually do the purchasing shopping activities and as you like. This is very so much fun, and it is very easy to create. So API based on item creation is so much fun. So I would like to introduce you to what it is about. So this is Kinako. So my icon itself, and I would like to create an application key holder. I am an engineer. So the image processing application, I don't use it, but I actually do the image processing on command. So image magic is used. So step 0 is the image magic. And Ruby is to be installed. Ruby is essential. Step 1, the image should be prepared. By using image magic, and you can create those images. According to my icon, there is a background. Therefore, from the background, we would like to actually carve out the dogs. So mask image is to be created through this command. Then the mask image is superimposed with the original. Therefore, in the mask image, that actually particular object is carved out. So this is what we do. Then Kinako, the name of my icon dog, is actually clearly represented like that. Step 2. API token is also necessary for this process. So token capturing is very easy. A Suzuri account, you should open that. You don't have to bother any application. Then you can actually capture and use the token. Then in the next stage, a posting of the Suzuri, and then you can create another key holder. there are materials and which are called URLs, and the posting is done through that. So you can see this, and so it is not a complicated writing at all. If you implement it, then you will be surely be satisfied. It is a straightforward and a simple process, and the HTTP, NetHTTP, HTTP is used for hosting, and the token and the parameters are actually given. Just that's all that you have done. Then as a result, so without processing anything about on the screen, and you could actually create item on Suzuri. So I have gotten this actually key holder. So you might be quite interested in that image and also photo. Please do come to the booth. I will show you what it is like. Twitter icon can be actually made cookies, and also I carry it, and it is very, very attractive in the conference when you meet people. So please make your own key holder. Not only Suzuri, Karami Shop and also does have got an API. By using API, such an fun can be obtained. So Bepapo might be attracting your attention. Please do come to the booth, and I would like to have a short discussion and some dialogue with you. I would be very happy if I can do that today. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. So this is the final part. And so in Kagoshima and also in other locations, we are trying to recruit new members. So please do respond to that, and we will be very, very happy if we can have you in our organization. Ms. Kobayashi, thank you very much for your presentation. She is from the GM of Papo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is Mr. Yudai Takada from Andpad Inc. Thank you very much. My title is Love Ruby, Love Race, Love Andpad. Let me introduce myself first of all. My name is Yudai Takada. I'm working as a software engineer at Andpad Inc. My account is YDAH, so you can just read this as WIDA. I now use Ruby on Rails for my work, and I'm engaged in open source software programming as a hobby. And I send patch to Robocop spec. I was born and raised in Osaka. I live in Osaka right now. I love beer, coffee, and heavy metal. I'm very happy to be with you today. This is the outline of our company. The headquarters of the company is located in Akihabara, Tokyo. We have offices in Osaka, Fukuoka, and Sendai. The company was established in September 2011. Our mission is to contribute to happiness to those who make people happy. Architecture and construction industry can make people happy. And we would like to contribute to happiness to those who make people happy with the power of technology. So we want to make people who actually work hard for happiness, and that is the mission of our company. This is our business. We are a cloud service company specialized in architecture construction industry. And Andpad is a number one share cloud type construction project management service for consolidated management from construction site to the management of the company. Now I would like to talk about this topic, love Ruby, love Rails, love Andpat, and I'm one of the persons who was fascinated by Ruby. However, I have not used Ruby for a long time. I'm rather new to Ruby. I joined development contractor in Osaka as a new hire immediately finishing college, and I was using C and C++ to work on the control and the building system. When I look back my encounter with Ruby in Osaka, Kansai Ruby Kaigi 06 was held. That was the time I first met Ruby. And I think that was an event held in 2015 or so. This was my first year after finishing the college. This was a big event held in Osaka, and I was fortunate enough to participate in that meeting. And I listened to the presentation of those who work with Ruby, developers and programmers, and those who work with Ruby. So I thought it's fun. I start programming with using Ruby, and it was fun, and I could write programming without any stress, and I had a hope to do work with Ruby. That was my hope back then. There was a turning point for me. It came some time ago. I was assigned to the project of web application in the past several years, and that was the opportunity for me to think about my future career goals. So I thought I wanted to focus on web application development, and if possible, I wanted to do the work using Ruby and Ruby Rails. That was my thought about future. And when my son was born, I decided to change jobs. My son was born in September last year, and when I knew that a baby is coming, I thought I should change job, and I wanted to do something. And probably this is also one of the reasons why I joined the Bandpad, because I have been thinking about using Ruby for my work, and I wanted to be involved in the product manufacturing, which can make children's generation happier. So I think food and housing and clothes, three are very important elements of the people's living, and living, that is housing, is very important element for our life. And in order to contribute to people who are working in the area of the living, housing, that's how I can contribute to the future generation. And that's the reason why I joined the ATPAD. And because of that, I actually faced a lot of changes in my life. So this is a word by Isaac Newton. I think this was true when I think about my experience. If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Like predecessors' discoveries and inventions are very important basis for us, and we could learn a lot of things through accumulation of thoughts of the predecessors and the seniors. And so I now could visualize our future, and that is a kind of the finding I couldn't get by myself. So I now had a wider vision. When I look back myself, I was just in charge of the product I work, and that was everything I was concentrated on. However, the product I work for is not everything. That was just the tip of the iceberg. So I think I should take a look at the whole picture. As to Ruby's, Rails and Ruby gems and product code, there are no borderlines among them. Everything is a continuum, and everything is what we should love. And these are all valuable for us. My title is Love and Path. Let me explain this wording. This is one of our 6 values of our company, Andpat. We embrace these 6 values, love and path, and we should nurture and develop Andpat. And philosophy of Andpat should be communicated to users and customers. And we should be able to communicate about Andpat. And there's no borderlines. So Andpat is not everything. So Andpat actually exists, consisting of open source software and other things, and everything is now incorporated in Andpat. So we should love everything. So that's the reason why we came up with the title of Love Ruby, Love Rails, and Love Andpat. When I look back my past, OSS was one of my hobby. And I was a stranger to OSS for a long time. I was very scared, and I thought probably my capability was not good enough to work on OSS. I wanted to do it, but I was just thinking I couldn't start actually my action. I changed. I think my mindset is changed after joining the but this is my first patch transmitted to OSS. In April this year, the Robocop, which was used on the Antpad, didn't work well, so I actually made patch. And it was fun, and it was so fulfilling for me. And I found myself transmitting patches continually. That's what's doing in my daily life. So I think it's a kind of the routine work. Like a cook sharpens a knife every day. I do this kind of activity as a kind of the routine thing. One thing I would like to note is that the code I wrote is actually running. Then I began to like writing code more and borderlines gone. However, there's something unchanged. I'm not a genius engineer. I'm not a genius, although I can send patches to OSS, and it is still less than 1 year since I'm using Ruby in my work. So I still need to do a lot of work for improvement. Through trials and errors, I have accumulated my experience and career. To carry on is valuable. So when asked do or don't, I will do. I always want to make action, and I want to take a proactive attitude all the time. I'm now thinking why I have changed my mindset that way. Because I enjoy writing Ruby code, and that is my instinct. Because of the instinct, I really enjoy working with Ruby. This is my favorite word. So I want to keep working on Ruby. I want to keep writing Ruby, and this is just for fun. And as a company for the Unpad, we would like to continue this kind of work over a long time. Thank you very much. This has been Mr. Yuda Takada of Antpad Inc. Thank you very much, Mr. Takada. With this, Ruby World Conference 2022 Ruby Platinum sponsor short presentation is completed. Please enjoy the rest of the programs of the Ruby World Conference 2022. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'd like to start afternoon session. Let me introduce to the speakers, and they all applied for this program, and the program review committee members and actually screen them. The first speaker is Mr. Hitoshi Hasumi. He is a creator of Pico Ruby PRK firmware, and so in Fukuoka Ruby Grand Prize, and in 2020 and 2022, he was awarded Fukuoka Ruby Grand Prix twice. And the Ruby Prize 2021, he was nominated in the final session. Today, and he will discuss so much fun from Micron Ruby. Mr. Hasumi, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I would like to show you the screen. This is not the one. Can you hear the sound? Sorry, it takes a bit of time. So I would like to explain about it. This is a keyboard. I'm waiting for the sound to come. And down below, there was a presentation. You might have seen that the Pico Ruby is actually the Pico Ruby is in a processing region. So keyboard is now being operated and working and functioning. So you can hear the sound. I don't think this is the sound I have chosen. So it is soundless, so I should skip this part. So should I skip it? Maybe it's okay. Pico Ruby Episode 3 is the title of this presentation, so I would like to actually relearn the standard input. The revenge of standard input is actually the so much fun of Micron Ruby. Monster Lab is the one I am representing. This is episode 3, but there was an episode 2 before, which was titled Attack of the Rake. You can actually see it on the website. So if you are interested, please search it. And for 30 minutes, and I would like to start a Q&A time 25 minutes afterwards. So please think about what the questions you can ask. And so for 3 people, the first 3 people who ask the questions, I would like to give this Pico Ruby T-shirt. So if you are seated near enough to Shihara-san, perhaps you will be the vantage point. But I will nominate maybe young people and guest people who are not really the regular members of the committee. Please think about good questions. If it is actually ill-minded question, I will not give any T-shirt at all. And so please use the smartphone, and please take photos when you would like to. And so maybe please be ready for photo taking. So what is Pico Ruby? I would like to give you some specifics. It is one of the mRuby. What is mRuby? It is the virtual machine mRuby, and so compiler mRuby. Matsumoto-san was a creator. And if you put hello world, about 136 kilobytes would be necessary memory consumption. Pico Ruby is what I would like to talk about. VM is an mRuby/C, and the compiler is Pico Ruby. So by the combination of that, 11 kilobytes consumption for the hello world is achieved. The features of mRuby is just you can actually replace them here. Pico Ruby compiler plus an mRuby VM. And then that is actually maybe tentatively called micro Ruby. In that case, consumption will be 88 kilobytes. Then hello world can be actually created. You might be rather confused, but please do think that it is one of the mRuby. Now please take out your smartphone and the camera. So this is the URL of Pico Ruby. So git and hub and also star. Please and actually give the star sign to Pico GitHub. You still have time. So please create your own account, GitHub, and actually give the star sign, please. I talked about it on the ground floor. You can see that it is actually run by Pico Ruby. So this is a PRK firmware URL. So please actually access to that and actually give a star mark. Actually gaining and capturing a star is very important. In Python, actually, we have got some sort of gap when comparing our actually star number to them. And therefore, we'd like to gain more star signs. Please support us. This is this is a specification. There are some points. 264 kilobytes and RAM. So actually, in the hello world, 11 kilobytes was necessary for consumption. When comparing with that, it seems like they do perhaps work. And some good information. PyPico W is also available. It is and was not actually authorized and technically in Japan. Last month, it was accredited. So Wi-Fi connection Raspberry Pi Pico is not yet in the market, not yet distributed in the market, but very soon it will be actually commercialized and launched in the market. So we look forward to that. This is a Raspberry Pi Pico, and the USB cable is used for the connection. So we are connected to that one now. ACM0. So in this keyboard, it's a PRK firmware is used for working, and the 0 is keyboard. Therefore, 1 is the one I would like to demonstrate now. So this is rebooting. I would like to reboot this. So what's happening? Maybe it's not so easy to see, but can you see that on the screen? So inside Micon, it is actually working. I am using this Note PC, laptop PC, which is actually terminal emulator, and also the keyboard. It is actually the terminal. So all the calculation resources are in that Raspberry Pico. So not so many things can be done, but in the PWD and the CD. So if you key in CD, PWD will be actually established as a home. So what can we do more? What else? So ls and home does not have any file. So bin directory, let's see inside. So it is overlapping. So if you look at the bin directory, you can find something like commands. They look like commands. So you are interested in that. Vim is there, so it is actually quite interesting. And so I'm not trying to have a start an argument with you, but the Vim-like things have been actually materialized and surfacing. It looks like a Vim. Therefore, so maybe editing would be possible. So I would like to give the file name, then you can store that. So file A has been stored. So inside Micon, and microcontroller, everything is happening. Hello is one of the commands. So it is actually now demonstrating hello world, and what you see is a hello world. What about the Vim? My hello RB. So you create it, and then put some hello Ruby world. So something like that, and then it is stored. So it is ls, and in that case, my hello RB. So install command. So it is some special one which I have created now. And then my hello RB slash and a bin slash my hello. My hello, You can see that on the very right. Therefore, it looks like I can actually call it. Do you know what happened? Inside Micron, mruby compiler is an existing. The file system is being run, and the file can be created and compiled VM code. So let's have a look at the VM code. It's not anything special if you look at it, but let's have a look. So maybe you remember this in a Vim code. It is binary, therefore in the actually legitimate code you cannot actually express it, but an RTE 0300. It is an definitely, absolutely, and actually Ruby, my Ruby. Matsumoto-san's name is appearing too. So Ruby can be implemented directly, therefore IRB. Puts I. So sleep one, and sleep times. So through the multi-line, you can actually call upon the lines, and you can actually move and transpose a cursor. That is amazing, don't you think? It's really amazing and inspiring. And actually, your audience are very, very warm-hearted people. So let's come back to the slide. So it's not anything serious. So serial port terminal emulator, I use the GTK term today. So at the moment, it is being developed. So I recommend this one. A terminal emulator has a very dark space. And so this is an CUI, TUI tools. CU is here, screen is here, and Minicom, something like a classical. So there is some issue. Therefore, so when you actually search Google, there are many complaints from many users. So in the case of Windows, Terraterm can be functioning, and Mac OS, and I don't know. But you have to actually set the environment properly, otherwise it will not work. So this is a summary of what I have been talking about. Integrated Micron programming environment. That's what I have shown. MB compiler is on, and also text editor is implemented. So command can be created by you. It is still in the stage of POC, but if you are engaged in Micron, I think you can something which is interesting to you. Maybe you can understand what it is about. IoT or robotics can be considered. So machine. So in order to create those micron-controlled devices, then you can actually move on to the future. Maybe something fancy is awaiting you. Do you feel in that way? Maybe not, but I'm sure that in the audience, some people are really interested and inspired. So this was a summary. So I would like to talk about the implementation. Command was shown, built-in, and also executable. And so actually built-in and executable are actually present. There are two types. I'm sure that CD and echo are used by you, so they are similar to these. So type change directory command is built-in, and hello is being hello. So this is an executable, as is quite clear. Built-in is something that an internal implementation is now starting. So you can see that Pickle Ruby and MRB gems, and the gems are there. So maybe it might be actually rather inspiring. So part of the commands, echo is one command. So if you see that, and please think that there are some methods here. In the case of PW, maybe dir class must be there. So CD and free. Not so much fun, I'm afraid. But actually, the vacancy is there. So 160 kilobytes are used. So why so much? So the remaining space is about 70 kilobytes. What about an executable? Epical Ruby MRP gems, and this is the same gems as before. This is a directory tree. A shell executable is the name of the executable, and also inside you can see files. Only files are present. What should I do about it? Maybe I will suspend it in a minute for a moment. I will stop it. So actually, this is an actually PC, not Micron. And the Pico or Ruby's MRB gems and the shell executable have been actually searched, and then you can see cat concatenation is presented. Actually, implementation is quite loose. It is a very simple one, but the actually actually argument is ARGB, so environmental and variable, and also this is the argument, and actually it is put. And so for the time being, it is a very simple, straightforward implementation. What is happening to Vim require Vim is here.
And if you start, then in build system, this is automatically compiled. It actually runs by Pico, and it becomes an executable binary file as a result. And below, you can see the search path, that is env path. You can see, find something. I think you're already familiar with this kind of mechanism. So in case it does not function well, you can make command by yourself. The file system is actually running. In the computer, there are file systems. Like in the past, MS-DOS is Microsoft Disk Operating System. So I think there's a presumption there are disks and OS concept is established. In the file system, NTFS, ext234, there are a lot of systems available. However, Micron generally does not have file system. Therefore, occasionally it's rather troublesome and difficult to do. So I came up with one. That is FAT file system I made. And it's not successful. I have just shown so-called RAM disk on the RAM 96 kilobyte disk, and more than 109 kilobyte was consumed. So I used RAM disk for demonstration. If I turn on the electricity, it's gone. But the flash ROM and SPI interface can be connected with SD card, but right now I'm now using this one for the purpose of demonstration. I do not use the SD card for this demonstration. Let me talk about virtual file system, something similar to virtual file system, and I have not taken full advantage of that. Fat new flash mount point, the VFS mount, and here flash is mounted here. Then RAM FAT is introduced, the so-called SRAM. This is the RAM disk mounted here in case of SD card from the root, the device. You don't have to depend on the device. You can just follow this, something like VFS. So on the Pico Ruby, I could come up with this mechanism, which looks like a VS. Not to change the subject, mRuby's build system is the next topic. So-called mgem. This is the inside of mRuby, and you can see this vector and build system based on mRuby. It's complicated. In Pico Ruby, we have some forks and some files are active. Rec file was not added. We just modified rec file, and libstruct, you can struct and libsorbit. mRuby module was overridden. And tasks directory include our own unique direct tasks. mgem have all these types, and these are all integrated and the system functions. Inside, so-called the core gem that's inside Pico gem, it's incorporated. So there is something to be placed on the internet. Why compilers are located on the GitHub? Because mRuby and Pico compiler should be combined. So they should be located on the internet so that the GitHub can be allocated. So require actually function, I already showed that how require worked. Feature of Pico Ruby is require. Before require, that it has a ROM code, however, it does not come down to RAM. So after required, it's deployed on RAM so that the RAM consumption can be minimized. That's the purpose of our development. And making a Pico Ruby app successfully, how to do that? So C Ruby and Pico Ruby code should be compatible as much as possible so that they can work together. Then on the PC, development can be done. It's very easy. And I made PicoGem ecosystem. Inside, we can actually build in. I will talk 5 more minutes, and then I would like to move to the question and answer session. So when making something related to Micon, source file of mruby should be copied and pasted, and probably you want to make your own program, and that's difficult. You cannot maintain well. So that's the reason why I made this. I would like to use this kind of program. This is my proposal. Let's say the similar code, like a Beam implementation in Ruby and JVM require relative terminal related implementation can be tried, or the top of the file you can divide. And then same Vim RV can be working on PC and Micon. And what happens when we actually implement this? I think there's no time left, so I do not do the demonstration, but a similar situation is shown. And I do not go into demonstration, so let's go back to the implementation topic. You just saw shell and text editor. In the product, it's very difficult. It's difficult to make shell and text editor. You make them curses and read line. These libraries are to be used. However, in this case, I didn't use curses and library. Just pure Pico Ruby was used for implementation. And Ito Yanagi-san came up with Reline, and I think that's similar to Reline. Current Ruby IRB is running on full Ruby. It's actually terminal programming, terminal emulator programming, and standard in is confusing. So there are a lot of programs which fell to the dark side because of complexity. In Unix like OS, standard input is cooked mode. Like if you enter ABC backspace D, enter, then ABD will be seen. And Micon is actually has row mode. So ABC backspace, then ABC backspace, this symbol also appears. So that is a basic difference between computer and Micon. So in order to absorb this issue, I hope you understand it. This is the coding for Linux. In this coding, this is just one example. So in case of raw mode, from save setting and recovery, if we take that course, then implementation can be wrapped. And like get non-block is something we want. Then we use Ruby edging. In case of C Ruby, IO console is required, and like this, or go this, like, and the same method can be working in a similar way. That's what we do. I'm going to skip R value issue. So finally, the shell works successfully. So I wonder how to name this product. Ruby on Raspberry Pi Pico, so RRPP. So R2P2 is the name of this program I came up with. So I think this is a mosaic because it has some issue related to the ownership, but hyphen is something you know. And names should not contain hyphens or underscores. I think that's true. So no hyphen, R2P2 is the name. And this repository is made public as of today. So if you press the star, you are the person, one of the first person to press the star. This is wrapped up. up to P2 is an all-in-one programming micro, runs on Raspberry Pico with PicoJam ecosystem easily builds your app. And file system will make you happy, and start on in is not what I would like to recommend. And small Ruby, but a big dream we have in future. There are a lot of things to be done, and RIM should be refined so that it can be text bringer, and also UTF-8 support is something we want to think about, and multitask control on the fly or redirect and pipeline is also our future vision, and peripherals and FAT and real-time clock and Raspberry Pico W Wi-Fi can be connected so that we can do a lot more things. Now it's time for question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So you have been looking forward to that for a long time. So the question and answer session, and the microphone will be presented to you. So please wait. It is brought to you. Thank you very much. So actually, the first catch and also the ending part are all very, very fun, and I enjoyed it very much. With regard to Pico Ruby, I have one question, to be honest. I don't know so much, and therefore I did some searching Pico Ruby, and also actually MacroPad and was created, and there were many users' comments. On your part, and Pico Ruby is used to create something. Is there something you can be very proud of? If any, please let me know. Using Pico Ruby. So PRK firmware is the one I can mention now. So, and I was given Fukuoka Grand Prix, Ruby Grand Prix. And so it was addressed to Rubyist. So it was a keyboard firmware, particularly addressed to the Rubyist. But even if you don't do any build, you can actually use it. So maybe some of them wanted to create their own keyboard. So the world was expanded, and also horizon was broadened. So I believe that was very good. So ML and XL, the sizes of the T-shirt. So which size? So I would like to get the size M of the size of the T-shirt. So I think it would be the best if you can present it yourself. Thank you very much, and Mr. Hasumi. So is there any other question?
Someone with size L can, or maybe big size, you can use the pajamas. Or you can give this as a present to someone. Anyone? Yes. Please go ahead. Please use the microphone. Thank you very much. My name is Imaizumi. In Micron, Beam and IRB functions, when especially do you feel happiest? I think making it fun, so Micron Ruby is fun, making it fun. And I cannot show you more than that today. But for example, I can say that the IoT device is deployed on site. Then when you want to see the inside condition, like sensor value or the data has not come, but you want to see if it's connected, and sensor value can just be related to the global sensor. Then by putting S, you can debug it. That's how I created the UTF-8 implementation. Are you interested? Yes, I'm very much interested. Okay, later I would like to talk to you later. What is the size of your T-shirts? Yes, L, please. I wear size L. Okay, please take time to talk about UTF-8 later. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we can accommodate and entertain one more question. So we'd like to invite one more question. So somebody on the back of the room, and you have raised your hand. Thank you very much, and I enjoyed your presentation very much, and it was a demonstration too. The Ruby code was actually working, and there was so much applause. The first experience in my life. The question, so pick a Ruby, and maybe 246 kilobytes, and so when I was told that, and I was wondering if the size was large enough. So Vim and many others and commands were actually working properly and successfully. When you created that, and there was a limitation to memory, and you said that I would like to put it in, but because of the size and availability, I had to give it up. Very good question. So far, nothing. So 246, and the sounds are right halfway through, and there's byte 255. 4. So when bugging, probably something is missing, but I haven't had it. And a 16-bit memory controlled. In that case, 64 is a maximum. 64, maybe less than 64 has been in my mind a target, and the MLB slash was created, and therefore, if we have got more than 200, you still have gotten some margin, and you would be comfortable. 264, and we can do so many things. And so something small, but a large dream can be given to me. And so actually, if you write something big text, it wouldn't work. And in the compiling, because the memory size should be very important. If you write a Vim script, a big one, compiler would not be enough. And so ASP is mounted and the drive is mounted on PC. Therefore, after compiled MB binary will be actually drag and dropped, and then you can actually store it in flash memory. In that case, the resource of the compiler would not be actually exhausted by the micron. Therefore, you can enjoy what you would like to do. This is a QR code. Please access GitHub. And please put Slack. I don't know whether I can actually connect my smartphone to the internet, but the moment I arrive home, I will do that. So Excel. So 160. So how do you feel? 163. So it is quite large. So my height is 173 and L size, but maybe he can wear it as pajamas. Thank you. I would be happy. So you can enjoy this and actually a big size. I'm sure you would look very cool. Thank you. Congratulations. Mr. Hasumi, thank you very much. So you speak straightforwardly, but there were so many contrivances which gave us a lot of fun, and it gave us a very, very enjoyable time. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I hope that we can actually thrive forever with sauce. Thank you. So from Cookpad, I would like to invite Mr. Koichi Sasada. So about 10 minutes, we would like to have a short break before starting that the next presentation. Around 10 minutes past 2, we would like to have the next presentation. Thank you.
we're going to start the next program soon. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Now it's time to start the next session. The next presenter, Mr. Sasada, is a Ruby committer involved in the speed up of Ruby interpreter and performance improvement of virtual machine, garbage collector, and debugger. And at the present moment at Cookpad, he has been working on the development of Ruby interpreter from 2017, and he has been serving as a director of a Ruby Association from 2012, and he is going to talk about debug gem, the Ruby application debugging. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Sasada. So first, this is today's presentation summary. The first thing I would like to emphasize here is I have just developed a debug gem. Why don't you please just have a try with them? Actually, this is bundled with Ruby 3.1, but I think this is just updated debugger program, and then that is quite easy and compatible with for IDE integration with such as VS Code and Chrome, and the remote debugging that is also built in. So this is very convenient. So I would like to just present what this is, but you may realize soon once you have a try with this one. This is not so easy, particularly the first step may make you feel a little bit difficult. And with this gem, so why don't you please just contact me and ask any question. And first about the debug gem, that is shipped together with Ruby 3.1. So once you install Ruby 3.1, and then you install a debug gem together with them. And so that is from Ruby 3.1, but if you are user of Ruby 2.7, but still you can just install this debug gem by the command gem install debug. And then this is a little bit quicker or faster than others. Actually, there is no slowing down, and then that is integrated with IDE, and it can be integrated into IDE, and the remote debugging is possible as well. And here, this is some materials written in English and Japanese, either of them. And going back to the debugging of a program, so in what kind of situation you would like to debug the program? at the development or at the actual use, you may find the program behave a little bit weird way. I think many of you sitting here are programmers, and oftentimes you may be wondering why this program runs this way or behaves this way. Oftentimes you put a print or a p method in the case of Ruby, so you try to just print or display the lines and trying to find what is the problem. But sometimes you may just find no reaction at all from the program. And then sometimes you may feel that the program is running very slow, possibly with many strange method or unexpected stop. There are many factors you may feel a little bit strange or weird when you try to run the program. So debugging is to just remove that kind of errors or identify and then modify or correct the issues, the problems of the program. So here this is about the basic functions of debug gem, and that is quite comparable to other debuggers. Well, first you would like to stop a program here and there just temporarily, and the debugger, if you just build a debugger in and a program, then you can stop the program. And then another way is to set the breakpoints, and a Control C, that is another way to stop. And then the remote debugger connection, that is another way. So with the, once some action is taken, then you can stop the program. Then you move on only one line or one step, and then see what is going to happen, how is the change of backtrace or local variables, and then any arbitrary expression, anything, for example, the status activation. So by using this debug gem, you can do this kind of things. And there are some other expandable features. However, basically, this debug gem make the program stop temporarily, so that you can just run the program one by one and then monitor or check the status of the program. And then a CUI, character user face, or a command line interface, that is available. GDB and LLDB, I think this command system is quite comparable to these conventional ones as well. And VS Code, as Maeda-san just presented, he said he used VS Code, and you can use a debug gem on VS Code or Chrome, and then you can just do the operation with a cursor. So this is quite easy. So what we have to do is appoint the program, and then here script. Just to put the script into the debugger command, or like this, bundle exec something. This kind of expression can be just written, and then the program or debugger gem would start together with CLI. And then you can just start from IDE as well. I would like to make some demonstration. And this is VS Code. And then here, I stop here. I suspend the program here. And then I would like to just move on only one line. Well, I'm sorry. Well, network may have been disconnected. I'm sorry. But anyway, here, this you can see the local variables and backtrace, and the program stops here. You can see this kind of a situation on the screen. And then if you use IDE, if everything is okay, then by clicking this one, you can move on to the next line, for example. And then this is about remote debugging. This just function is supported as well. And you can just add this remote debugging onto the only running Ruby app. And then, so if you just open the port beforehand and then just make a connection, and then debug command, you can start a debug command. And the CIU or IDU, you can just connect them with them. And for example, you can do this kind of thing in different container or different machine or daemon processor. And in this case, a TTY, that means CUI interface may be difficult, but still you can do this. And not exactly debugging, but sometimes you would like to see or monitor the process status, and then you can use this tool or remote debug as well. And here, within the same machine, there is another Ruby program and the debugger front end that can be connected to that, and then it can connect to the different machine, another machine, or container, or Docker used a container. You can just make a connection like this once you just leave the port open. So this is supported by debug gem. And then in this demo, actually I tried to do the remote debugging. Actually, this is GitHub. This program is running the GitHub, and then I just attached this to that program before this presentation, but I don't know, it stopped. Well, if everything went okay, then I should be able to just step forward on one line. But this is some example of a debugger or use of a debugger. Specifically, what kind of situation we can use this gem. For example, other program development, sometimes you may see the failure of a test, and then you cannot understand where to correct. Then print back, print or debug, that is oftentimes you want to do. But by setting the breakpoint, and then that is a break at the time of a failure, and you can do that kind of thing as well. So anyway, stop the program and then check the status, for example, local variables, and then this may possibly cause the trouble, or just try to move forward one step by step. And you can do that kind of thing, and that is a rather interactive way. And then compared to the binding of pry, I think step execution is possible. That is a good point. And then sometimes, actually, you may get into a kind of a non-stop running of the program, that kind of error. But you can just connect remote debug, and then try to move step by step. And then you can, or you may be able to find some strange loop within the program. So something strange, but debugging throughout debug code, I think that is one of the benefits you can enjoy with this gem. And at the time of actual use or production, for example, in the case or you're not profiling it, but you may see a kind of a increasing of memory and others. There are some other management tools, but while you are running the program and then monitor the status, I think if the remote debug port is open, then it is easier to check the program running in a production environment. Compared to profiler, I think it is possible to obtain more detailed information about the program. That means if you use a profiler, only limited pieces of information is available or achievable, but by using the debugger, then you can just obtain information as much as you want. So there are many different scenarios or cases you can use debugger. And then another example is a code reading. Sometimes you need to read programs or learn a new framework. And yes, you have to read the source code, and then just use your imagination about actually running the program. But if you use a debugger and then try to execute the program one by one or step by step, then it is easier for you to understand what the program wants to do. So this is quite flexible to what extent you would like to just move on and stop. So that is another convenient point. And then debug gem itself is just quite easy to read beyond BS code and others. And then I'm now working together with other people to just improve furthermore. And this is kind of a sales speech I may be sounding. However, the first step may be a little bit difficult. You may be wondering, well, there are a lot of documents and then it is not so easy to read all of them before starting this debugger gem. So why don't you just come and ask a question to me? Because we are developer of a debug gem, and sometimes I don't know exactly what is the true trouble or problems that the actual users may experience. So your feedback input is quite valuable to us. And for example, by looking at the company's source code, and we may be able to discuss this together with you. So please feel free to just contact us, and then that is quite beneficial to us as well. So anyway, again, this is a summary. We have developed a debug gem. Why don't you please just use this one? IDE integration, remote debugging, that is quite convenient. Well, actually, this is not so easy, so why don't you just reach out to me for any question. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, yes, Asada-san. Well, because there is no time to invite questions from the floor, if you have any question, why don't you just approach him directly or personally? He said, feel free to do that. Next.
So we'd like to invite Mr. Hiroshi Shibata for the next presentation. We are preparing the stage setting. Please wait a little bit. Thank you. Now we would like to start the next speech. The speaker here is Mr. Hiroshi Shibata. He is an OSS programmer and a Ruby committer, and he has been involved with Ruby, Ruby Gems, and Bundler, Rake, and also Ruby Build. In those frameworks, and he has been making large contribution to the maintenance of OSS and various and many OSS, and also he is supporting the framework of the Ruby development. At the moment, and he is a fellow of Underpad. In this organization, he is making a full-time commitment to the engineering PR and also Ruby development. He is discussing the ecosystem supporting the development of Ruby. Mr. Shibata, please. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to start my discussion. Thank you. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Hiroshi Shibata, and Twitter and GitHub account HSBT is my account. As shown and introduced, and I am a member of the Ruby core team, and I am engaged and also leading the Ruby development. On the 1st of October, the assignment is changed. I am the fellow of an Underpad. In that title, and I am working for the PR, so that attractiveness of Ruby is actually disseminate, and also OSS and Ruby development is my full-time commitment as well. When I joined this organization, PR people showed welcome, and they made this sticker quite actually shiny surface, and so it is actually distributed among the people in the booth and also in this conference. So it could work as a sort of charm for you when you carry it around. I would like to start the Underpad introduction. I could spend 1 hour, even 2 hours, so I would like to limit myself to this slide only. For the construction, the DX is actually the commitment we are making. Programmers and engineers are quite familiar with GitHub. Before the GitHub development, what was the development like? And code and fragments were actually attached to mail, and therefore the mail and also code fragments were shown, were looked at by the people and the receiver, and if it is good, then they were merged. Therefore, distribution was through email or maybe FTP server. Matsumoto-san and the Ruby developer were actually working in such a way. In the construction industry, however, so that is still in progress, not in the past. It's not the past tense. So in the software commitment and community, we would like to have, we would like to become like a GitHub. So we are making effort and for all the carpenters and the builders and the various stakeholders and are actually our target. They don't have to spend so much time for cumbersome work, and what has been actually created can be used and for the betterment of society. So we are actually committed to that goal. Ecosystem of the Ruby. I would like to actually discuss my understanding and also my key message to you. Ruby World Conference is now being conference. It is not a Ruby conference, but a Ruby World Conference. Actually, it is often mentioned. So the ecosystem should be actually known. So we are actually convening that so that people can be familiarized with the ecosystem. I am a developer, so I would like to discuss my image, my vision of ecosystem of Ruby. Inside my mind, this is an ecosystem of Ruby. On the right-hand side, you can see the company and the unicorn company at the bottom, and also the publishing companies, and also programmers and those people who are learning about Ruby. If Ruby is actually used, maybe your career will be promoted, and also you will get more compensation. So if a company does it, then maybe they can make money. And if you become the Ruby, so you can get an engineer, and you will be actually recruited by people, and the company can recruit more engineers. And in the company and also the university, if you do the Ruby, many students will be attracted. And so this is a very, very positive circulation and a circle. So this is the image of the successful ecosystem of Ruby. when we talk about an ecosystem, what it is about. That is a question. I love this particular wording. So in the Reese magazine, which is actually posted on the web, you can find this wording. So the Takahashi-san in the Japan Ruby Association wrote it. Who is community? So that is the first part of that sentence. My understanding is as follows. So community can be replaced with ecosystem. Then the meaning can be understood. Who is ecosystem? It is about you. You are ecosystem, and there is no other ecosystem other than you. The cluster of people like you would be called ecosystem. Maybe gathering can't be called ecosystem. But an ecosystem means that it is not something outside you. So you are to be integral part of ecosystem. If you feel in such a way while listening to my talk, I would be more than happy. Ruby and also companies. So I would like to talk about that dimension. So this is actually this part of the illustration. Unicorn is at the bottom, and you can see the companies. OSS and also Ruby. Open source and software. Ruby is actually OSS, isn't it? And by using that, the business can be launched, and somehow the operation makes money. So it is taken for granted, but if you think about it, it is rather mysterious, isn't it? Because you have never seen some of the engineers, you don't know who what they look like. They are using that OSS, and our own software is run and also used, and the services are provided. So it means that our software is actually providing value for our customers. Then the money can be actually paid. Not only Ruby, but also Rails are used. And by using that software, so when you have got something to do, maybe things might not be actually so smooth. And if you say it doesn't work, so they will actually fix it. When it is actually disclosed as OSS, maybe somebody will actually debug the bug, and somebody might contribute some additional function. Sometimes, I say sometimes, not always, but it could happen. So the profit-making companies can use open source software. So even if they don't actually use their own resources, and given the support from goodwill from other people in society, you can actually run your business. That is economically viable too. Ruby is actually supported in that context, and Ruby is actually one of that. If your company are you involved in the Ruby ecosystem? How can you do that? By using Ruby, the functions can be added. If somebody is requested to do so, maybe you don't know how to do that. If you are asked to develop an open source solution software, you don't know how. So there are many companies and representatives and also people working in company here. So in order to get involved with an OSS, and I think that is the first step. So these are the first steps. First of all, please use Ruby. So when you launch your business, please use Ruby and also Ruby Rails. Other than businesses, and they can be used in day-to-day actually activities, and RPD is available. But by using Ruby, you can have an automation, the enhanced automation in your daily life. So first of all, please start to use. And so Rubyist is to be employed. So those engineers are called Rubyist. And so if you employ somebody, please employ and recruit you Rubyist. Not only Ruby, but also those who are getting involved with an open software, OSS, are to be recruited. And so another one is actually easy one. Please get involved with the Ruby events. So, for example, you can become a sponsor of those programs. And more recently, the COVID-19 circumstances have been alleviated. So in-person and the physical convention and also the conferences might be actually convened. So you offer some community space and a meeting and rooms if you have for those programs. That is a big benefit. and you support an event and programs. In September, there was a Ruby Kaigi, and today we are in the RubyWorld conference. So you can send and dispatch your employees to those programs. That is also a very important contribution. There are various Ruby associated awards, so maybe you can actually participate in those programs, and maybe you might be awarded. So you need to have some contact point with Ruby. In the next stage, you can take further steps forward. When you want to use Ruby, maybe you find that something different, maybe not totally actually satisfactory. In that case, you can voice out your opinions, and also in the conferences and also meetings and those programs, and you can actually get involved. You can become a sponsor, or you can offer some meeting rooms as the space you have to those programs. Let me talk about human resources and the people in the community. The community is a word, but it can be replaced with ecosystem. So everybody has been actually nurtured by the community, and we are actually nurturing others in this community. Even if you are aware of that, what you are doing that. If you wait for that and something like a serendipity comes down from the sky, it's not like that when I talk about Ruby. Matsumoto-san and the other members are here today. So actually those people who are in front of you have been continuing their trials and errors and spending a lot of time to create this resource, Ruby. And you can see the picture of Ruby conference, and they have been engaged in heated debate, and if there is back very active commitments and efforts are made for resolving the bug. So those people are actually making efforts and also taking actions for the betterment of Ruby. In the outcome, Ruby was developed. Where is it being developed? And you can see those internet sites. Particularly what is amazing about Ruby is that the Japanese language is actually spoken. So Matsumoto-san is there, so maybe through Twitter or whatever, you can speak to him about the failure, some bug. And Matsumoto-san says that, yes, I will sort it out. And of course, that is sorted out, although it might not be by Matsumoto-san himself. But only in Ruby you can have that conversation and communication in the Japanese language. So that is quite great. And personal engineers and also individual engineers can do something. At any rate, you can initiate it. You can disseminate what you do. And maybe some people say that I am actually beginners. Can I do that? Can I initiate that? Don't worry. So you have created something, and if there is something you have created, please let them know and disseminate that. And the publication and so writing of books and also the video clip are very important. In Ruby, and by using Ruby, those can be created. Ruby Kaigi YouTube was actually the one I found, and that was quite amazing. I was impressed. And so when time goes by, and while evolution is actually proceeding in society, please do something, and you can disseminate what you are doing to people. What is missing in Ruby is actually not the speed and also the type, but actually the beginners. And so this is actually the cycle of the ecosystem expansion for Ruby. I think what is vital is to increase the population of beginners. Urabe-san is actually one of the developers, and it was written by him. I would like to show it in the slides and publish it. What is missing in Ruby and beginners? That was the answer. So actually, static programming language has lost many beginners, and they decline. No publication of books, and they are not seen in internet, and somehow they diminish. They actually disappear in the end. Therefore, you have to cherish the presence of beginners. That is a very important element for the sustainability of Ruby. So if the ecosystem is fixed and stagnated, then it will diminish. And everybody is starting as beginners. And so maybe article said that it is something which is very amateuristic. But amateurs and lay people and also experts are all in the internet. So if you write something that can be addressed to the experts or maybe beginners, and they learn about it, what you have written, then that will revitalize the ecosystem very strongly. That is important. The newcomers and the beginners and also the companies should be grown by inside the ecosystem. And if they find they are doing something good, please give them commendations. Ruby Kai and also Ruby conference is held. Please send people to those programs. But after this presentation, so maybe you can talk to people when you meet the people. And somehow the feeling is then activated and also generated that Ruby is something really good. And if you find Matsumoto-san strolling around, why don't you actually ask somebody to take photos? And so those voices are very important. That is actually a very important element for the growth and so enhancement of the community. And so in the blog, and you can write many articles, and so initiation, dissemination of your opinions is very important. For the Ruby ecosystem, what is my idea? So everybody can do something. I have talked about what can be done by people. With regard to the ecosystem, it's not something which can be done by somebody somewhere. You are already the member of an ecosystem. Therefore, whatever can be done by you should be actually activated and that's also materialized. And you can say that today's conference was great. And by giving that sort of information and the communication, ecosystem will be further advanced and also become great. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shibata. Due to the time limitation, I'm afraid that we cannot entertain questions today now. But if you have any question, please meet him in the corridor and wherever and have a conversation. As mentioned already, so it will be a great trigger point for starting the conversation with Mr. Shibata. So you can ask him for that shiny actually charm. I'm sure that will give you great support. So the next one is actually the speeches by the awardee companies. Before doing that, we would like to have about half an hour recess and break. At 3 o'clock, we would like to start that the speeches by the awardees. And actually, in the large exhibition hall, there is a coffee service. And if you leave this place, you can find the green tea and also Japanese sweet provided. So that Japanese is actually original Ruby Japanese sweet. Please take this opportunity and try it. So around the entrances, there are many materials provided by the sponsor companies. In the large exhibition hall, there are booths booths opened by the sponsor companies. About 2:45, there is a report provided. So on the YouTube live dissemination and distribution, you can see that. Please support us for the wearing of the mask and also the washing of hands. If you need the translation receivers, please let us know. They are available at the receptionist's desk. And if there is any technical problem in the receiver, please let us know too. When you leave this hall, please carry around the receivers and also return that at the receptionist's desk. If you need the car park space, there is a free ticket service. Please come to the exhibition hall so that you can get a car park ticket. And there is actually recharging space for all the devices too.
RubyWorld Conference 2022 in Kunibiki Messe International Conference Hall. My name is Shihara. I'm now on the first floor exhibition hall. And Ruby and Platinum sponsor companies just set up this kind of business exhibition booths, and I would like to make some report on them. The first one is M3. Excuse me, may I? So Toriyama-san, so what kind of exhibition do you have today? Let's see here. We just prepare this kind of Rubik quizzes. And then you may think, what is this? But I think if you're a programmer, I think you should know the answer. But anyway, this is a small quizzes. So is there anything if the answer is correct, is there anything you can offer? Yes, we have this kind of a document, M3 Tech book, and then we have a tech blog. This is a printout, a hard copy of that blog pages. And then also, if you just answer all these questions, then this one, actually, this is materials we used and distributed before on some other events. But if you just give us correct answers to all these quizzes, then I would like to just give this to you. So only a limited number of materials available. And then this one, your company is for medical use? Yes, whatever the system. For example, m3.com, that is a website for healthcare professionals. This is a kind of a Yahoo for healthcare professionals. And so they just make a registration at this site. And then electric medical charts, that is another involvement. And then also the healthcare related Q&A website. That is another example. And we have been just working on that kind of a quite healthcare related materials or systems. Okay, thank you very much. So this is M3. And the next one is Network Application Communication Lab. I think it seems that the people are quite relaxed. Yes, I'm now working on the development of mRuby. Yes, actually he is just a chair of the working team for this conference, and yes, present in a way. And then Matsumoto-san should be here. Actually, if you just come here, it is quite likely to see or meet Matsumoto-san. Yes, Matsumoto-san is one of our main exhibitions here, and he is now missing. But what kind of things do you do? Actually, I've found cookies on the table. Yes, this is a ruby cookie that is ruby shaped. Yes, and this is NaCl, and then this is a salted cookie as well. So that means non-sweet cookies. Did you taste it? Not so sweet. So a little bit too salty cookies. Well, I think the number of cookies available here is quite limited. So why don't you just rush to this booth? And then here, this is another example of a local product, the sake cups. And Tazaki-san, you are just a wine lover, right? Yes. And this year, people just produce a very good, excellent quality of wine. So why don't you just come and ask her about wine? So anyway, that is about NaCl, Network Applied Communication Lab. And move on to the next one. Next is a Cubic. So you were the same design of trainers or T-shirts. So what kind of exhibition or business you exhibit? Well, we are in digital marketing, so we have kind of 100 of media and backyard analytics development. That is what we do, and engineers and we would like to just increase the awareness of our company Cubic for engineers, and then yeah, this is kind of release of this kind of products. So this product is to just send out the thank you feeling to your friends or families or anybody. So that sounds quite interesting. And then here, if you just come to this booth, this lens cleaner is given to you, and the design officer, our company design officer, just made this design. And then stickers and ballpoint pens are available as well. Yes, first come and first get. And next booth, next is actually previous one is Cubic, and this company is the Relic. So what kind of things do you exhibit? Well, actually, our company is to support a creation of new businesses, so that introduction of a business, and the President Kitajima-san's publication. This is freely given, free of charge. How many books? How many copies available? Many. Several chains. However, we've given already half of them. And then this one, what is this? Actually, last month we just opened a new site in Matsue City, and when you come to the office, then you can see this kind of just hanging clothes at the entrance of the office. So this is quite suitable to the town, Matsue City. And then the red color slates and this cloth or fabric partition that is already there. Nisei Matsue building, just a 5 minutes walk from Matsue station. And anybody is welcome. So why don't you please come to this booth, Relic, company Relic's booth. Thank you. And next one. It's a GMO Peppapo. So you wear happy Japanese happy or traditional jackets. And here this is named as Suzuri. Actually, we just made this kind of key holders, clear cases, or shirts with our own designs printed on them. And this is a sample of new work shirts. And this is a pen case. Yes, you can use this as a pen case. Yes, it looks quite cute. And the Suzuri. Yes, there is some brochures. But using Suzuri, yes, you can just upload the images on Suzuri and then just make your own original goods and items from one. That means once an order is placed, then the actual product is just produced and sent out to the customer. So you can start from a very, very small volume. And then, I don't know why, but there are some sweets on a table as well. Yes, we have just put this one because this is a break time, coffee break. So, and Inaba's white rabbit-shaped manju sweets, and then also this is another one, the local sweets as well. And you can find this kind of sweets in any sweet shop around here in Matsuye City. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, there are many other booths. And during the lunchtime, we would like to introduce the rest of the companies shown here. So this has been GMO Pepper Pot. So I think this is the end of the introduction of the company. So I will do the rest tomorrow. Thank you.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。どうぞご着席ください。
We are starting the next part of the program in a minute or so. Could you please be seated? Thank you. Now we would like to start the Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2022 awardees and speeches. So in the business area, program language and Rubies and features have been capitalized on so that new innovative and approaches are disseminated for organizations and for individuals, and they are actually awarded. So it was started in 2015 on the 9th of November yesterday. For the first time in Shimane, Ruby Biz Grand Prix 2022 presentation ceremony was held. 9 awardees and 8 out of 9 are in here for the 2022 conference today. They are going to give some speeches. Firstly, the 4 companies of Business Connection World. Mr. Mr. Daisuke So, could you please give a speech representing We Inc.? Would you please wait a little bit, and we are still preparing the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I am from We Inc., and my name is Daisuke So. For 3 minutes, and I was supposed to give a speech, and so I prepared it with my colleagues and internal people. Our company is actually engaged in the industrial waste and industry. IT is services provided. It is quite special. So many people are not so well versed with IT, but in the front line of businesses and IT services can help you. So that is what we actually disseminate as information. What is happening in customer support? Queries are made by customers, and the electronic contract should be actually prepared on PDF. So they are actually printed on a piece of paper, then a PDF. Sometimes they don't understand the browser. The inquiry is made, and we ask which browser would you use? They said that Yahoo. Confidently, they say. So it has happened many times, not only once, twice or 3 times or even more. So this is a rather specific industry, the industrial waste. How can we actually promote the electronic contract and service? So by using Ruby, since 7 years ago, we have been making steady effort, and our customer base has been expanding. Last year, there was a big wave in our industry since the pandemic start and the year 1 and year 2 passed. There is administrative government and public sector support. So they are making the DX and very as a center of the effort. Some of the customers were not so keen on the DX, but they are quite aware of the necessity. So we are actually supported by society itself, which is committed to DX promotion. So we would like to introduce this service, mRuby. I first heard about it. I was very impressed. So in the environment and the cloud service and IoT would be used, not only waste, but also we would like to make a challenge to the green environment and also decarbonization too. So my remarks to the conference participants until tomorrow I will be here. And I met some people, and so I like to work in the sales division. So if you have got anything you would like to discuss with me, I am very, very happy. Please feel free to come forward and also talk to me. Thank you very much for your support. Mr. So, thank you. So we would like to prepare the stage again. Grand Prix. Thank you very much. My name is Suzuki. I am from the prime number. Trocco is the name of a product. Based on the data decision making is proceeded with. There is an increasing number of companies who take that approach. So it is almost a common sense. On the other hand, there is data in companies based on which decision can be made. So high quality data analytic resource is essential. When we look at another form and the base of data, so in some cases, there is a quite well defined and streamlined data resource. That is ideal. So data engineers are working for that. So we understand that they make that commitment. So Trocco is actually the supportive product for those data engineers. For example, Salesforce has gotten sales and data and BigQuery and analytic platform can be used, and so the data should be entered. But by using Trocco, you can automate that particular action and activity. Not only entry of data, but data engineering associated services are quite wide. So it will be the right arm for the data engineers so that they can feel more comfortable about their assignment. Thanks to your support, including mega ventures, and about 200 companies have adopted our product, Trocco. So it is used in a wide area among the data engineers. As the analytical platform, Trocco is essential. I can't think about that without Trocco. So sometimes they actually use it almost a paper-based product. So we have been making evolution, and it is all thanks to Ruby. Ruby is very easy and comfortable to be used. So they have been actually providing the value for the customers so that their issues can be resolved. That has led to the current status of Trocco. And so it is all attributable to the support coming from the Ruby community. And we have moved our office to another building in which we can have a lot of space. So we would like to be more active about the sponsor, and we are very keen on providing some support and contribution. Ruby, Rails, and also React and infrastructure based programs are used. So if you are interested in that, we would very, very happy to be accepting your inquiries. Thank you very much. And I am very, very appreciative of your support. Thank you. Mr. Suzuki, thank you. He is from Prime Number. another awardee of Business Connection Award from Linkers Inc. We invite Mr. Takuya Isohi to provide a speech. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Isohi. I am from Linkers. Yesterday, there was a ceremony and a free service and was awarded with the Business and Connection Award. So not only the award given to us, but also I am given this opportunity to talk to you, which I feel very honored. So there are customers who are using the services, and also my colleagues and in my company, and also those people who are involved in Ruby, which is very, very essential part of our business operation. I would like to address my sincere thanks to all of you. I have come to Shimane for the second time this time. When I was listening to the presentations, I am very impressed because there is a strong support from the local administration, local government, and also a many public sector organization. That is also very impressive. Personally speaking, Shibuya Lobby is the one I would like to express my sincere thanks. I came to be involved with Ruby, the community itself, the presence of the community itself, and has been given tremendous support. So in various sessions, community has been mentioned, but to be honest, I am very, very thankful to that community and the people in the community. Let me talk about our service. LFB was awarded, Linkers for bank, Linkers for business are covered. So it is a generic term. NF was launched in 2018. Therefore, this year is the 5th year. In the initiation phase, financial institutions became our major customers, and 31 at the moment, and in various areas we have got a customer base. Most recently in Matsue City and Shimane, Sanyin Board Bank adopted our system, and we are very happy. So that is quite well known to many people in the local area. Business matching support is provided by us, and we actually were actually provided. LFE is actually the one through which the customers themselves can conduct business matching. This is the first initiative for us in which we had a lot of trials and errors. While developing this product, we were quite adaptive to changing circumstances because we got support from Ruby. As mentioned by Mr. Matsumoto, Ruby has got lots and lots of fun, and therefore community and the library have been advanced, which has been very supportive to us. I am very happy and also thankful to that. Towards the conference participants, I would like to note that there have been many students in the audience. I believe that my comment is heard by them on the part of the faculty members and also students. Let's have fun of Ruby. Ruby is a very great language, and it feels nice and great. Even if you don't have the programming activities, you feel the comfort through the Ruby, which will be the very initial experience on you. And many people have been aware of the joy and also fun coming from Ruby. And by making the contribution, so the organization and individuals surrounding Ruby will become more and more happy. That is our hope. On the part of Linkers, although humble, we have been actually contributing some tech and articles. I would appreciate your accessing that. Let's have fun, and I am very happy and also very thankful to all of you who have been supporting us, and Ruby too. Thank you. Mr. Isohi, thank you. Business Connection awardee, another one is the CASA Inc., and Mr. Yusuke Ando represent this organization. Good afternoon, everybody. I am from CASA, and I am the representative of Compass, and Yusuke Ando is my name. So thank you very much for giving us this wonderful award on our web. Let me talk about owner web. In the real estate industry, we provide services, and those owners of the real estate can use this service for the controlling and managing those and their assets. When we talk about the management of the real asset, property asset, it has got various issues. For example, the rent collection and also the maintenance work and for the properties. So we provide the platforms through which they can have a coordination with various parties concerned. When we talk about the real estate industry, you might not be so aware of what's happening and what sort of image you have. So legacy is strong, and so face-to-face communication is vital and essential. Maybe a lot of work is based on paperwork. It is true. I have not been in this industry for so long, but when I joined that, facsimile was a major information exchange system, and that was a strong culture shock. But those owners are fairly elderly, so I was feeling that maybe they are not ready to have a DX. But when we provide services, many of them are quite positive, and a positive reaction comes from our customers. In order to use our services, and some of them used a personal computer and devices and smartphones, so they have asset and they are ready to take risk. So when we offered something and suggested something new, they are ready to accept it, even though they are supposed to take some risk. And the Ruby is a very essential part of the service, the quick provision of the service, and also quick and also smooth improvement is assured. Because of those benefits, and the many of our customers who are property owners are actually using this service. Owner web is still burgeoning. It is still in the process of the further innovation. The building maintenance and also the monitoring and also managing the services will be added in our organization. So speedy Ruby service is a very important element for our evolution, advancement in this business. So we would like to make some contribution to the furtherance of Ruby. Again, thank you very much for your support and also giving us this wonderful award. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ando. And next is Jolly Good, a winner of a special award, and the representative Yamashita, Ms. Kazuhiko Yamashita. Thank you very much. I would like to just spend a minute to introduce our company, VR and AI solutions. Actually, we developed that kind of a product. And then first we started from entertainment field. However, 2018 or 19, from that time, we put more focus on the mobile education and others using the VR content. And so 2018 and 19, particularly we just focus on healthcare related educations. And that last year, Jolly Good Plus, actually that is a VR platform for mobile, that is for healthcare education. And then when it comes to this platform, that is about healthcare VR content, the viewers or members can just access to this kind of healthcare related VR content as much as possible. And then that is one of the examples of healthcare solutions. And then, for example, the quite rare cases of surgical procedures and others, perhaps healthcare professionals can use this platform to learn about that, and then they can learn about team healthcare providing as well. And when it comes to the structure of applications, yes, that is a VR application, and that means goggles, and then the server-side system, and then application management. And about the server-side management, we use the Ruby on Rails, and then when it comes to the speed of our business growth, I think the business cycle is very quick and fast. So our business development speed and Ruby's productivity, I think they have a very good chemistry each other. And towards the future, in Japan and also outside Japan, we would like to expand our business. And we are now looking for excellent engineers. And of course, if you are just interested in the Ruby and the Ruby-based technologies, particularly for healthcare education, if you're interested in that healthcare education using this kind of platform programs, please, you're just welcome to us. And thank you very much for just giving us this special award. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamashita. And next is again the winner of a special award, Unifer, Mr. Akanuma, please. Yes, my name is Akanuma, just a city of Unifer. And then Lukumi is the product receiving the special award that is for childcare, and I would like to take this opportunity to all the people, much more than the people. And here, this is about our company, Unifer. Actually, we would to just enrich the family life with the children to just contribute to the development of child care-based infrastructures around the world. And particularly if we focus on child care at first, and Rukumi is a product. And then, for example, just you can tell the pictures or photos throughout the internet using this system. And then for example, afternoon napping management, that is another one that the health child care professionals can make use of. And then application of notes or communication notes between the child care staff among family members. And then the classboard that is also for communication, that kind of a product, a variety of products available. And then 15,000 cases or sites who have introduced one or more of our products, including the municipal government offices as well. And nowadays, both husband and wife work, and then the rate of female employment that is increasing as well. And then oftentimes they want to use this kind of a platform or software, and that is also true for child care staff as well. So in order to help and support them, we would like to just a smartphone system infra using Rukwa, and then by that we would like to just help them improve the quality of the healthcare. And in terms of the system, microservice-like a structure that is just built in the back end, that is a structured-like way. But the Ruby on Rails that is used for most of them. And then a lot of Rails applications are used. And then AWS parameter function, sometimes that is written using Ruby. So Ruby on Rails, that is a major powerful tool we use to do our business. So without that Ruby on Rails, we cannot do anything. And much more and the Ruby Rails committees and the community members, I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of them. And then towards the future, yes, we would like to just improve and then commercialize this program together with Ruby. And then Rubyist, yes, we are just recruiting a Rubyist for us as well. And then by being a Rubyist, if you want to just make a contribution to the improvement of society, or if you're just interested in Ruby and Rails, or if you're interested in recruiting of people, why don't you just come and discuss anything with us. So that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Akanuma. And next, again, the winner of a special award, Money Forward, Mr. Tomoki Ichikawa. Yes, I'm Ichikawa, Money Forward. Yes, yesterday we were awarded with a special award. And then about the money forward business, that is a SaaS-based fintech service. At the present moment, actually, money forward business card that is one of the products we offer, and a money forward business card. Actually, that is a cloud-based expense settlement and then clearance. Actually, that is linked on a real time, and then the writing of statements and the management of expenses. That is quite easy on this. And then the number of cards actually that can be issued with no limit of numbers. So depending on the purpose of the business or the scale of the business, you can just issue the number of cards as many as you need. And the 0.1 to 3% refund, that is another benefit. And then a kind of a prepaid card service that is also available, and account application and the cloud-based expense just management. We put a quite useful engine onto the platform, and then we would like to just promote the cashless payment, and then making the process of back office work more efficient, and not only money forward pay for business, but also we would like to just evolve this money forward as a company. But in order to do that, yes, we need to just make the best use of technology power. And then we would like to just improve the tech skills and power furthermore. And then by 2020 or from a couple of years, we would like to just make the public language in our company English. So actually, I'm receiving some personal lessons and other lectures to improve my English proficiency. And the money forward engineers last year, November, actually there are Japanese and both non-Japanese, and then non-Japanese engineers represented 30% of the people working here. And then actually the number or percentage is going to increase furthermore. So by just taking the English as official language, we would like to just grow our business furthermore on a global basis. If you are interested in working in English environment, and also if you're interested in Ruby, why don't you just reach us? That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ichikawa. And next is a winner of a Grand Prix, Shipio, Mr. Sekiguchi. Good afternoon. I'm Sekiguchi, working at Shipio, senior back-end engineer. And this time it is a great pleasure and honor to be given this special award. Actually, last year's ceremony was just broadcasted online, and then a lot of my colleagues are just watching this video, and they were so happy to know that we are the receiver of a Grand Prix award. And then to talk about the CPO, this is a kind of a system with a mission to digitalize and make the import-export process much more smooth and efficient. And then this is the first digital forwarders working in Japan. And of course, we are just offering the physical logistics forward process services as well, and that is quite important as I understand. And you may know that B2B service offering oftentimes it may be a little bit difficult to just understand the issues, the problems from customers. But when you use a digital forward system, it is easier for us to understand the actual work or procedures of this import-export. And the CPU is now at a quite interesting phase. And in September, actually 1.6 billion yen. We could receive that amount of a fund, and that is quite helpful to just increase or enhance the resources available to us within the company as well. And yesterday, I made a speech at the ceremony, and we have some unique in terms of the CPU's culture. That is a diversity. Different people over different backgrounds come to us from every corner of Japan, and then there are just a trade specialist as well, and then we are a quite international team as well, and I'm actually one of the product team or product development group, and then usually we speak English to communicate each other and then move forward on working. So if you are interested in this kind of a work, why don't you just come and then just look at our company. And then thank you very much. We appreciate being just awarded with a Grand Prix award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Sekiguchi. So that's all about Ruby BS Grand Prix 2022 winners' speeches. And thank you very much, all the winners. And then we expect to hear further some news, good news in the near future. Thank you very much. And then later, after this session, we are going to have a presentation by Mr. Endo of Cookbat. But we are going to have 10 minutes of break before that, and we are going to start the next lecture 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。お
We
席
are going to
にお座
resume
り
the
ください。
program pretty soon. Could you please be seated again? Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the next lecture. The speaker is Mr. Yusuke Ando. He works for Cookpad Incorporated as a full-time developer of Ruby. His title is Making Ruby a Secure Language, Update of Countermeasure Against Ruby's Vulnerability. Mr. Endo, could you please go ahead? Thank you for your kind introduction. As was introduced, I am Endo. I am a full-time development engineer of Ruby. I would like to talk about making Ruby a secure language. I'm a Ruby development engineer, and I work full-time for Cookpad Incorporated. Together with Mr. Koichi Sasada, who was also a speaker here, I work with him for Ruby. I aim at making Ruby code robust in my activity. I have developed functions to measure code coverage and its implementation, and also I worked for pattern analysis. I'm also engaged in something else, which I have not shared occasionally, but I work for vulnerability handling of Ruby and security release. So I would like to talk about this case. Well, the title had the wording vulnerability. Let's talk about vulnerability. Vulnerability means a critical bug that could lead to information security crisis. Of course, Ruby also has vulnerability. And if you leave vulnerability of Ruby without taking countermeasures, then your service written in Ruby may be taken over. And in the worst case scenario, confidential information of the service may be leaked. In order to prevent that, Ruby releases patches occasionally to fix vulnerability of the program. I think you may have already seen this. This is released by Ruby, and it is often the case in every December, minor version is released. And tiny release, smaller level release is performed irregular manner. And in this release contains the vulnerability patch, and could you please see the details? And this is the content of the security release, and this kind of information is released 2 to 3 times a year. And I would like to talk about story behind this security release. Generally, how to deal with vulnerability of OSS is not shared frequently, whether Ruby or not. This may be a rare opportunity to learn the inside story. Since I'm working for security release, I often come across vulnerability of RAIDs. You may have heard of that. I also talk about what kind of countermeasures we can do with Ruby and the future measures. Okay, this is the story behind security release. Procedure of security release. Before security release, let's see what happened. So someone finds a bug of Ruby, and procedure starts by receiving vulnerability report. Then it's followed by vulnerability judgment, resolving a bug, CVE number acquisition, and preparation announcement and release. So sequentially, let me explain. Platform named HackerOne is used to receive report. This is a type of non-public bug tracker, and those who detect vulnerability can report privately. By so doing, communication between someone who found vulnerability and we starts, and we can find details about the problem vulnerability. There's an organization called the Internet Bug Bounty, and this organization can offer cash reward for Ruby vulnerability identified. And when security release is performed, several $100 to $1,000 of bounty can be paid. If you do not want to use HackerOne, or if you cannot use HackerOne, you can send email, and based on that, you can notify about the vulnerability, and official website shows the detailed procedure. Then what we do after receiving the report, we developers judge whether or not it's really a vulnerability of Ruby. In principle, when there's a possibility of security damage or the issue is attributable to Ruby, then that's Ruby's vulnerability. This is the principle judgment. However, in reality, it's not so simple. Many cases are in gray area, making investigation discussion for judgment very time consuming. So this is very extreme example. One report says unreliable entry to system function is risky. That is one report. System function is a function to execute external command. And when unreliable entry is made, attackers may be able to commit any harmful acts, like having a strange command on the computer. Then any wrongdoing could be done. So this can be application vulnerability. However, this is not the issue of the Ruby itself. The application is responsible, which is actually calling the system function. So we consider in that case that was not the Ruby's vulnerability. If we misjudge and if we fix Ruby system, like system function is immobilized, if we misjudge, if that happens, then if that kind of security release is performed, then other application using system function properly may not work. That is a problem. So this is a clear-cut problem. So this is not vulnerability. However, in other functions, in other issues, judgment whether it's really vulnerability could be risky. So every time we receive repeat, we need to discuss if there are any apps which uses this function in that particular way, or if that is the case, vulnerability could be the issue on the app side or not. Comprehensive judgment is necessary. So that we have to thoroughly investigate how the function of the problem is perceived, whether it's attackable, impact of attack, whether similar cases exist in other languages. And we want to prevent information leak in a maximized manner. So we have to analyze the impact of potential attack and whether similar cases exist in other languages. This is a type of the investigation, and we have discussion. Then, in a comprehensive manner, we have judgment whether it's really the vulnerability case of Ruby. When we talk about this, you may argue that without complicated analysis, with slight potential of attack, vulnerability should be recognized. This is often raised by those who report vulnerability, but it's not a legitimate decision because once vulnerability is recognized, security release is necessary, which actually generates substantial cost and risks. Well, I would like to talk about it in detail later. Security release itself is quite costly. Then users have to update after security release. Then, of course, if it's a real problem, update is necessary. But there's a social cost involved as well. And vulnerability fix often leads to incompatibility. Then, as a result, existing codes may be destroyed. We thought there's a vulnerability fix, but other codes may not work. And also, in a large-scale OSS like Ruby, the fact of Ruby recognizing certain issue as vulnerability can affect library using Ruby, and sometimes other language processing systems may have to follow suit. Therefore, simply recognizing an issue as vulnerability when potentially of attack is almost none means you neglect social cost and risks that entail. Having said so, I do not want to think Ruby neglects vulnerability. Let me add that Ruby basically makes judgment conservatively. That means Ruby is already robust enough. That is my personal impression. Therefore, vulnerability reports we receive are not really threatening. Well, if we determine there is a vulnerability problem, then just a limited Ruby developer get together to create a patch. Making a patch is also tricky. The patch must be kept private until release. If the patch is leaked, then attackers may find out there are such problems exist in Ruby. They may tend to attack. Then, in development of OSS, especially in the contemporary ecosystem, it's very difficult to use, and public pull request cannot be used. Then, so many people cannot see and try. That kind of thing is not possible. And we still have some room for improvement in the current toolchain. Verification in CI can be performed immediately before the release only. Under such constraint, making correct patch is very difficult and stressful. We tend to make errors. Unfortunately, after the release, a defect was found, and we have to work for release once again. In parallel to creation of patch, CVE identification number should be obtained. I think you have already seen this. This is the CVE 2022-2373 something. So this is something we can actually apply to the MITRE website, and in several days we can get identifier. With this CVE number, this is just for your reference, but with this number you consider this is really a serious problem. But when someone applies for CVE number, the applicants and the content is not really verified. Therefore, in an extreme case, those who are not involved in development of Ruby, such people can obtain CVE number of the Ruby. And I have actually seen such cases occasionally. So, existence of CVE number does not always mean there's a vulnerability issue. So we do not know what kind of vulnerability it is. So each one of us has to verify the content and seriousness of CVE number. After obtaining CVE number, announcement of vulnerability information should be prepared like that. There's a problem like that, witness, and which version will be affected, and the credit mean the person who detected the vulnerability. So this kind of announcement also should be confidentially kept until the day of the release. This must be kept confidential, and this is the preparation. After that, we have to decide when to release. And a lot of people are released in the branch maintenance and package preparation and server management and maintenance of the function and those who actually monitor on the day. So these people have to agree on the date. So it's cumbersome to adjust schedule. And something we have to think about is that Monday Japan time means Sunday US time, which is not preferable. And Friday in Japan is a day before weekend. Users may not easily work on that. So I think the selection of date is also very important. Then finally, we decide the release date and then notify the parties concerned. On the day of the release, we do the rest of the things. So specifically, patch is committed to each branch and make sure CI is passed. And then Ruby package is created and make sure that package CI is passed, and then package and announcement is publicized, and that's done. And that is the current security release process of Ruby. This is the current process. It used to be more chaotic, but we actually learned from other OSS security process, and we have come this far with a series of improvements so far, and also semi-automation was achieved. That's what we have done so far.
So situation has become much better, but we would like to continue the improvement. Personally, my idea is security release is rather non-regular, on a non-regular basis, not periodic. When we look at the Node.js, and although not explicitly, almost once every 2 months, security release is performed. So I could see that situation. Therefore, if we decide that the release will be once every 2 months, with a periodic timing, maybe release can be organized in that way. Maybe we feel more comfortable about the preparation. So we would like to do that. There are various subjects and also issues we would like to resolve. But due to the time limitation, I can't dwell on them. Rather surprisingly, these processes are open source, and actually they are performed by the free of charge and volunteers. So actually, I am engaged in the resolving of the vulnerability. It is not my major assignment. So there is no one else whose assignment is mainly vulnerability issue. Well, with regard to the open source, and sometimes volunteers do come in to extend their helping hand. So that is good. But as far as this issue is concerned, it is not so easy to call for the support because of confidentiality issue. Therefore, it's not the case that we should recruit the help from anybody in society, in community. So for the CI improvement, the investment is essential. So just like that, we need to make more investment. So I would appreciate your support, financial support, and contribution to Ruby Association. So let me now move on to some sort of a free gift type of section of my talk. It is about the Ruby countermeasure and also ReDOS. It is slightly different from what I have been discussing so far. More recently, I was engaged in the vulnerability resolving, and the ReDOS was often, rather frequently observed. What is it about? currently, in the current UV, users can take certain countermeasures and also future comprehensive countermeasures in our mind. I would like to talk about it too. What about ReDOS? RE is the first two letters. It means regular expression, not only in Ruby but also in many languages, and it is a decomposing function. So it is a very simple function, and it can decompose strings. Therefore, it is very convenient. However, sometimes decomposing takes quite a long time in some cases. So ReDOS is regular expression denial of service. So the attacker might intentionally send some strings to services so that the CPU can be exhausted. It is a rather evil-minded activity. Therefore, the essential service and the calculation time is exhausted. So it is actually mischievous attack. Not only in Ruby, but also in JavaScript and also Python, it has become the issue to be resolved. What is the impact of ReDOS? Basically, the biggest issue is the suspension of services. Information leak and also the falsification are more severe problems. It's not as serious as that. However, ReDOS can be actually used and conducted rather easily. So the very famous, well-known case is this. So for 27 minutes, Internet was stopping that function. It was happening in Cloudflare for 27 minutes, and the service was actually stopped on the 2nd of July in 2019. And because of that, ReDOS, many sites could not be opened. So that was the worst case of the ReDOS impact and willful, and rather ill-minded attack. So what can we do as users of the Ruby? So maybe basically speaking, you should avoid the writing of the regular writing, and which could cause ReDOS. But that judgment is rather hard. Recheck is one tool which is actually used more recently. It is a machine-based judgment, and then the tool can actually make a judgment. But we need to actually transform the expression in order to use it in Ruby. The regular expression can be checked, and if the strings are too long, we can actually take some approach. So you should avoid it. Maybe several 10,000 of bytes and will cause some problems. So do you really need to decompose that long strings? So you should think about it. However, although occasionally even 100 bytes, which is very short, could be actually causing some problem. Another countermeasure we can think about. So the lag time out is actually set forth. So by the unit of request, you can actually use the timeout function. Then you can avoid the attack from ReDOS. More comprehensive one, fundamental one. A service should be monitored all the time. If you find any potential request which can be attacked, you can actually avoid it. So not only in DOS, but also in all DOS. So that is the most fundamental countermeasure. But in reality, it is not so easy to use that particular method. But that is certainly the option for the prevention and also precaution. So at the moment, things are not so easy, sometimes painful. But Ruby is trying to make an effort for the comprehensive fundamental countermeasure solution to ReDOS. I would like to introduce to you what we are doing at the moment. On the part of the users, and actually the correction can be made for the regular expression, but it is not really most favored one. By changing that, and maybe that actually that code can be changed. And in order to fix it, then actually it is causing some cost. So if we actually avoid ReDOS on the part of the Ruby main body, that would be the ideal. So there are 3 measures we can take for that purpose. The first one, that might be often quoted as a sort of idea. the efficient algorithm can be used. That is one option. Actually, that the regular expression engine can be actually changed. Onigumo is a currently used one in Ruby, and the redos could be triggered by that. That is known. On the other hand, redos prevention is almost affirmed and also secured. And one of them is Golang and a very representative engine. So if Ruby uses RE2, maybe fundamentally there is no possibility of causing the redos. But there is a non-compatibility issue between Onigumo and RE2. Therefore, many of the functions of Rubies might be disrupted. Therefore, we can think about the triple Ruby, which is actually an alternative. So they are using another engine, but about the combined use of two engines. And actually in 2020, there was an introduction of that combination use. RE2 is basically used, but when situation is rather difficult, Onigumo can be used. By taking that approach, redos and potential can be significantly reduced. So I became very hopeful for that. In the Ruby main body, we wanted to take that approach. In the faster part and the earlier part of this year, we did it. But the conclusion is that the pragmatic utilization of this system is rather difficult because the RE2 has got some problem. So UTF-8 and also ASCII are supported by RE2. Only two types of strings. But and also various encoding is supported by Ruby. Therefore, that is a problem. UTF-8 and also ASCII, or other than those strings, other than those two come, maybe there will be some problems caused in Ruby. Among the basic functions, there are some problems. UTF-8 and ASCII 2, there is actually half of that problem caused in half of them. So it goes back to the Onigumo. And of course, we can make more commitment, but it is rather costly. Therefore, we are trying to work out another countermeasure we can take. This is the conclusion. So Ruby 3.2 is going to have this. So the string decomposition might be taking too much time. In that case, we can take out, we can go to the timeout. It is already implemented. If the situation is in a long time consuming and 0.1 second over, so it will go to the timeout. But there are some issues we have to be aware of. So even if there is no problematic strings out there, so maybe it is actually functioned and activated. Therefore, that is a negative impact. But basically, redos will be actually prevented. Therefore, in Ruby 3.2, in the following months, it will be released. It is a wiser one. In Onigma, limited modification can be incorporated so that redos can be actually prevented. Onigumo is likely to cause the redos, but an Onigumo itself can be removed. There is actually the publishment in various research papers. So without any non-compatibility issue, we can actually prevent the occurrence of redos. But optimization is to be sought for. About 10% is actually failing, but in other words, 90% of them can be finished within a linear time. Therefore, it can be accommodated. So the regular expression can be reduced, and that was actually written by Ruby check was written by Mr. Fujinami. He came to Logic and last night, this is going to be merged. That was announced. Therefore, it would be included, integrated in 3.2 issuance of Ruby. So please look forward to that. If there might be some problem, maybe some debug could be necessary, but at the moment we have made that progress. We are very happy about it. So we are now considering 3 comprehensive one, and 2.3 will be actually incorporated in 3.2 version. So Ruby is OSS, and how can we actually resolve the vulnerability issues. And on the back stage, there are so many efforts being made. The process is supported. I would appreciate your contribution and support. Reduce is the vulnerability. I talked about it, and also the countermeasures as well. In 3.1, perhaps we have to ask for your individual effort, but the fundamental comprehensive solution can be included in 3.2. Please look forward to that. Thank you. Mr. Endo, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we would like to entertain some questions from the audience. If you have any, could you please raise your hand?
Do you have any questions? No questions? Since there are no questions, if you have questions later, you can directly contact him. Now, please give Mr. Endo big hands once again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we would like to invite the speaker from Reddick, and Mr. Kentaro Odai is another speaker for the next presentation. We are now preparing the stage for that kind of facilitation, and could you please wait a little bit?
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next presentation. The presenter, Mr. Kentaro Dai, graduated from Doshisha University and used to work for national government and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and then switched his career to IT industry as a web engineer, and then joined the company named Relic. At the present moment, he is involved in the development of infrastructure and the back end of iOS Android app Loop, and also he is a member of a newly built SRE division, and then involved in the development of infrastructure normalization and the speed up and generic subsystem development. And he is going to talk about development of cloud native system linking Ruby and a public cloud. So, Mr. Dai, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kentaro Dai, working for Relic. As you see here, this is the title of my presentation. I would like to talk about neighborhood tips sharing app loop. And around that app, I would like to just present about cloud native system development linking Ruby and the public cloud. And this is my self-introduction. Well, I would like to repeat my name, Kentaro Dai. I was born in Osaka. September 2019, I just wrote my first program in my life. And then actually, I've been working as an engineer just less than 3 years. And Ruby is an ecosystem that is quite good for beginners in RubyWorld, and that was very impressive and encouraging to me. And yes, Ruby community is great. And then in my work, actually, I'm a real user mostly, and then others as well. As introduced before, infrastructure development and then generic subsystem development, that is a part of my business as well. And then I'm a member, I have an account of Twitter and Facebook and others. And then I just do something for personal development of the system as well. So why don't you just click this link as well. Yeah, this is the content I would like to cover in my presentation. The benefit of Ruby for new system development, and Ruby and the public cloud compatibility, that is a major or main topics I would like to cover. First one is about development product. This is the new loop named the app named Loop, that is to share the neighborhood tips. This is like Instagram, and then the users can just post photographs and others. This is linked with the Google Map, and then, so that means you can just set up this kind of different pins. And then user just set my own area, and so within that area, the user can just put a post or just discover new tips or information throughout the neighborhood. And then the communication within the neighborhood or community that can be just facilitated using this app. Actually, we use the program that is a new business creation sponsored by NTT 39 Works. And first, this is a new trend of system development. And actually, I work at the Relic, and then new business creation, that is part of the main core businesses of Relic. And then so Relic is very strong at new business development, and then the Ruby is one of the tools we have or we use. And there are 3 viewpoints or 3 points I would like to emphasize about the trend of new business development. The product should be just developed over a very short time and a high speed, and then from MVP to full-scale commercial product, the consistent scalability is necessary, and then the use of public cloud, reduced workload and lower cost is quite important. And then application innovation, how to just create innovation as an app using Ruby. I think that is quite important and critical. And then just we would like to use the public cloud by separating them over the continuum of the system development. So this is the benefits of Ruby for this purpose. There are 3 points. As I said before, public cloud, integration of Ruby with public cloud, and such a library is very rich in RubyWorld. So thanks to that, it is quite easy to just integrate the Ruby programs on a public cloud. And the second one is similar, but serverless computing, very good compatibility with the serverless computing, and then the quite a flexible scaling on application phase that is possible. And the Ruby style guide and Ruby on Rails, and the coding rule is well established, so Oftentimes, you need to just change the specifications or the contents of the businesses. However, you can do that while keeping the quality of coding. And in my presentation, I would like to focus on the first and the second point. The integration of a Ruby and the public cloud. Here, this is a kind of a summary I would like to cover in my presentation. Generally speaking, functionality and data analysis and execution. There are three categories when it comes to integration or linking of Ruby and the public cloud. And specifically speaking, push notification and SDK and data linking and Puma and Fargate and Sinatra. I would like to just cover some different topics. First one is push notification, delivering a system using Ruby on Rails. So Loop is SNS service. So that means that a lot of push notifications should be delivered in a stable manner. And so Ruby Rails and API and Amazon database, that is, they are linked in order to just structure the infrastructure or build the infrastructure. So trigger is here, and the ECS, the Rails are working on ECS. The request is come to that, and then if you just do that processing immediately, then that would be just cause too much workload on the server. So a kind of a enqueuing and dequeuing that is conducted with Redis. And then Redis is working on a worker, and then so Amazon SNS, just operations are done at each on a terminals, and then just send out a push notification to different endpoint. So by doing this kind of things, we can just achieve the quite a stable delivery of push notifications. And next is Ruby on Rails, Web API, and BigQuery. Here, user just post kind of pages, views, and others. That kind of data would be just collected and stored in this one. And then Web API that is created or written in Ruby. That is for that Google Cloud BigQuery that is used, and the GCP and Ruby that is linked. And as I said before, the public cloud integration library that is very rich in Ruby. So GCP data that is quite easily accessible, and then just formulated or analyzed and formulated like this, and then there is a very good management or monitoring screen. So that kind of information is quite useful, for example, come up with or develop marketing strategies. And the Puma and the cloud, quite a robust Ruby application building or development. And as I said before, Loop is SNS service, and sometimes there may be some special campaigns and others. And then a thread management to request that is on or set on a Ruby ecosystem, and so that the handling with the many requests may become easier. And there are 3 points. In the case of Ruby, well, when you just develop application with Ruby, oftentimes you can use or you want to use Puma with a high processing, concurrent processing capability or capacity. So linking these things, we could just establish the Ruby ecosystem scalable services. And then it is quite successfully possible to make the process or multi-thread building and make the request handling the request, many requests quite efficiently. And then Puma and Amazon ECS auto scaling, we can just combine these things to just establish the system with a high scalability. This is quite a simple scheme. Here, this is the front end. The request comes from this one, and the you may receive this, and then the forking from a variant process, and then you can just make necessary adjustment by just changing the settings, and then you can manage the number of workers and threads as well, and then the auto scaling can work depending on the actual scale of the volume of the data. And this is the rake task under Amazon ECS batch processing, and then pre-scheduled push notifications. In order to make that kind of process easier, we just combine different tasks, and conventional batch server is not necessary here, and then crountable, that is set on server, that is not necessary, and public cloud and database containers. By combining these things, it was not so difficult. And this is a Fargate containers. And as you see here on the right, left-hand side, event bridge, and that schedule is just set, and then you can use the rake command, and that is a raise function, and the ECS in combination. So that's make the batch processing much easier. And the last one is the Sinatra. AWS SAM side app development with Sinatra. This is a native app, so that means a post may be shared throughout the SNS. And the web application, there is no application as the destination of the linkage. So web app need to be just developed in order to handle this kind of a thing. And then we used Sinatra, and then this is a serverless application model. We combine these kind of things to just make the minimum implementation or implementation much faster and quicker. Here, this is a local, SAM is used, and Ruby's Sinatra Ruby application is developed, and then the images are just uploaded, and then app source that is created rather automatically, and the Lambda itself is a runtime Ruby supporter, and the Sinatra is add-on to that. And the rendering, the page rendering that is that can be just achieved on a web system. So Ruby is quite compatible if you want to just make integration with the different systems, and then that is quite scalable as well. And this is a summary. Yes, Ruby and a publication. Ruby and a public cloud. By combining these things, you can develop quite a stable functions at a low cost and low workload. And then you can use quite a rich library to just link that with data analysis infrastructure as well. And combining a Ruby ecosystem public cloud, we can just establish quite a robust back-end server as well. And here we would like to just create new business development system using Ruby. And here this is a photo we took in Matsui Innovation Square. This square or site was newly just opened this year in Shimane Prefecture. Thank you very much. Well, I'm afraid that there is no time to invite a question from the floor. We feel sorry, but if you have a question, why don't you just reach him directly and then exchange your business card and communicate. Thank you very much. And please give another big hand to Mr. Dai. And that's all about today's program. Thank you very much for attending to the end of this today's event. And then if you have a translation receiver, please remember to return them to the reception desk. And then if you need a parking ticket, why don't you please come down to the exhibition hall of the first floor. Please remember not to leave anything personal here. And we are going to have a free time session from 5 o'clock this afternoon. And this is for you to facilitate communication to each other. And then we are going to a second day of the event at 10 o'clock. We are going to looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.